All right. Let's create a new world. So, I don't like very frequent mineral occurrence, so let's just... I'm so torn between these two, man. I think we're going to turn up the number of beasts. And we're going to lower savagery a little bit, because savagery is significantly more brutal now. Let's go 250 years. This may take several minutes. Oh, no! Oh, no! It used to take several hours! So several minutes is fine. Death by carp is what caused you to abandon your first fortress and stop playing for a while. Yeah, I feel you there. What's up, Clara? Yeah, you wonder if you can play this on the Steam Deck? Lots of people have been, and apparently it runs just fine. Apparently it runs just fine. So what's beast? So here, let's run through this. World size is number of tiles to make the size of the world, obviously. Length is obviously number of histories. Number of civilizations is the number of playable civilizations as well as the number of enemy civilizations. So it's more likely that goblins will overrun everybody, but it's fine. Beasts is like titans, so mega beasts. So like dragons, forgotten beasts, cave colossus, hydras. I don't think underground dragons count as beasts, but basically like the really big stuff. Rare mineral occurrence. Sparse is what it was by default before, so I'm just gonna leave it there. Fish killed all your dwarves. So there was a bug in Dwarf Fortress in like 2014, which was very similar to like the Gandhi suddenly nuking everybody bug. And it was things that are swimming gain strength, right? But everything gained strength while swimming, and swimming was one of the biggest strength gainers ever. So what you had was you had carp, which had no legs, right? But they technically had arms because they had fins. And they would just be swimming there, just gaining strength, gaining strength, gaining strength, gaining strength, gaining strength, until eventually they got enough strength that they could literally climb up out of the creeks and onto the ground and start like running at your dwarves and attacking them. So then Zach and Tarn went and put caps on the amount of strength that animals can use. Fucking Frankenstein's monster of weird hardware, Raph. So it's one of the like most legendary Dwarf Fortress bugs, but it's, you know, it got patched out in like 2014. But apparently people put it back in. So hyperbolic time carp, sure. Let's generate a world, shall we? In the detailed options when generating worlds, you remember specific cranking. Yeah, see, sure, if I'm going for something specific, but I'm not going for anything specific right now. Like, I had a world that I ran for several months, a good long while, and the custom stuff that I did with that was I cranked up rain and erosion so that I could have massive rivers and a way thinner world, so I only had to go down like 60 Z levels to get to the ocean, or to the magma sea, instead of like 140 or 180 or whatever. But I like making big rivers in World Gen. We're becoming lawgivers, places being founded. Dwarf was killed by a beast. A Hydra did something? Wait, hold on. Oh no, a Hydra was struck down. That's unfortunate. Poor thing. Dragon was struck down by a human. Wow, what a pathetic dragon. Hello, pink fluffy llama. How are you? What'd you miss? World Gen? I talked about carps. What's up, Findile? Different kind of Hydra, sir. Long day at work, so popping in before you have to start? Hell yeah. Let's see, hold on, I need to check something. Doubts and Alternatives was created by somebody. I kind of wish that something was struck down was red. The wording struck down would be nice if that was red. So the sound commands that you hear people using are $7 a month on Patreon. Although currently on sale for a year. It's like $72, I think, if you buy them for the whole year, because I make them 16% off on the annual subscriptions in December. For Advanced World Gen stuff, no, because I'm not good at it. Like, I'm the guy who reads a tutorial whenever I do Advanced World Gen stuff. You refuse to pay me less money. I mean, that's up to you, man. No problem, Dorado. No problem. Thanks for watching. At the end of the day. I mean, I've gotten more YouTube subs in one day than I usually get, than I got last month, actually. I can say that for fact, because I got 802 subs in November, and I got 803 yesterday. You have a goblin fort that has the title of Grain Official? Wait. You have a so like they're the like official granary person for your faction or for their faction? Most value you get out of YouTube content and here on Twitch, paying me less is completely out of the question. Yeah, but it's not completely out of the question for somebody, so let a guy hustle. Come on, man. Sheesh. Someone wants a discount that wouldn't normally give me money, then fucking let's roll with it. Streamer's gotta, I don't know, not like maybe get to move out of this tiny box one year. Made you really happy? Thanks, man. You know, to quote Tekkit again, Folkbear, the first 5 hours of playing Steam, a premium Dwarf Fortress, if you're a longtime player, is like massive amounts of extreme frustration going, why everything different? Followed by, oh, it's still the same video game. Okay. Just let me rebind all these keys. One useful thing is that you found out that the keyboard and mouse allows you to create macros. Yep. The thing is, like, I find that the keyboard controls alongside of the mouse is more annoying than it's worth. Also, yep, 5,000 reviews. You are correct. I'm willing to bet money if they are gonna do as well today as they did yesterday. They sold 100,000 copies in like 12 hours, and they were at 160,000 this morning. They surpassed. It was like 8 hours ago or something. They surpassed that analyst's sales prediction of 160,000. And I think they'll be at 500,000 by the end of the month. Easy. A goblin bard turned into a weremarmot and didn't attack anyone. Does that mean they're friendly? No, kill them with fire. But make sure they leave your fort. Make sure they leave your fort. The WF keys, it's in the keyboard binding options. Like press escape, go to settings, and then go to keyboard. You can rebind everything. I mean, they're still going to do donations. But that's primarily for people that don't buy the game. I mean, I'm still going to keep giving them $10 a month. What happened to my last game? Nothing. New estimation is 500 copies sold in the week. I mean, see, here's the thing, right? Analysts that were talking about Dwarf Fortress pre-launch don't understand the concept of if every single streamer on Earth decides they're going to play it, game's going to sell 1 million copies. Like, and that's just how it works. And this is a game where every single streamer on Earth is like, all right, I'm going to play it. Like, something that was really funny yesterday was I was looking at RimWorld's stats. It's like, RimWorld had like 2,000 people watching, 2,000 people watching, 2,000 people watching. And then there's like this point at about 7 in the morning where it just goes donk down to like 800. It's like everybody just swapped games, which is just like, yeah. And that's why it's selling. For her Switch, and that was cute. Aw, well, time to buy your girlfriend a Steam Deck. There you go. Oh, no. Here's the thing. Take care of yourself, Norstat. Game not going nowhere. And you know what? Zach and Tarn, as they said in the trailer, this is their life's project. And they're not going to stop, so just buy it when you have the funds. Don't worry about it. Have a good time. Have a good time. You feel overwhelmed by DF, what aspect should you focus on? Just focus on getting to know your dwarves and figuring out what they need and supplying that. Reading their thoughts is usually a very good place to start. I'm about to start a new fortress, yeah. Another new world? Damn right, Nino. There's a third one up. Zip zoom. But no problem. Happy to help. The lifesaver, by the way. Yeah, here's the thing, right? I don't think I'm very good at making tutorials, but I can explain a mechanic in 5 minutes. So that was the goal of like, they're not good tutorials. They're just like, this is how this mechanic works. Have fun. How long could a playthrough last? So I have a fortress called Long Death. Actually, if you type an exclamation point Long Death in the chat, you'll see all of the VODs for it. How long can a fortress last? Yes. How long do you want it to last? This is the more important question. You binged through them all last night? Sure, but like I don't feel like they're very good tutorials, but maybe that's just me. There was two more, or one more that I uploaded this morning, which was on burrows. But yeah, you can keep to like a fort alive as long as you want. That fortress, since we did the math, is almost twice as long as One Piece. And it's not done yet, and I intend to go back to it. Not in this version, though, in the older version. You were upset that you had no sand? You like doing a tavern with a glass roof? It's time to embark somewhere else that has sand. Like, sheesh. Or like, actually, yeah, I mean, it does, like, expose where sand is, so. Straight to the point? Nah, true. Has less filler episodes. For Long Death, I disagree. There are entire streams in Long Death where absolutely nothing of value happens. Like 7-hour streams where nothing of value happens. You can't make gem floors, though. You can make glass floors. Also, we're about to get slammed by an ad. So I'm going to run that now and then embark when it's done. Alden, what up? When you look at your dwarves, you always seem to be able to find details on what each god is. Where is that info? So there's a lot of info that, like, I used to find, like, that I don't know where it is now. It's still in the game, but, like, this is why, like, I don't have 50 tutorials right now, is because there's mechanics that I'm having to relearn. So that's a difficult question to answer. I can't tell you, like, just off the bat. But I appreciate that, Samuel Gobble. It means a lot. Where are we going? Where do you want to go? Well, first off, we have to see who our faction options are. So the difference between this world and the last world is I lowered the savagery, and I increased the number of beasts. I want big things. I don't care so much about getting smacked by chinchillas. But let's see who our different faction options are. We got the severe dances mechanisms. Severe dances mechanisms. Okay. The Key of Muscles, which is a rather large faction. And it ended predictably. Yep. I would guess so. So they're easier and more accessible to my workshops. I like to put my workshops where the rocks are, but once all the rocks are gone, then I start, like, actually making specific things. With dehydration, that's unfortunate, Ender. But so usually what I do is I literally like remove and rebuild the workshops as time goes on. But also I haven't been playing particularly optimally because I've just been explaining to people how to play the game for the past days. Also in my tutorial fort on YouTube, if you look close, the one that I did the short tutorials in, if you look closely, there's actually a minecart rail going from underground up to the surface. That's bringing boulders up. So. Do I have a go-to layout? You've watched my streams before, Raph. What? Layouts that are, like, optimized? No, I'm not that kind of person. I like this group, the large pillar. Lots of wilderness. Lots of cold wilderness. I want an area that snows is something I really want. And this area seems nice. Big fan of this. Got like iron and silver and lead. That's what I like. That's what I like. Just like 1 or 2 metals per. Iron, silver, lead, and zinc. Heavy aquifer, though. Oof. Nice, nice shallow aquifer. It's a glacier, not an ice sheet. This isn't RimWorld. RimWorld like has like silly names for things that aren't real. Dwarf Fortress gives you the actual name of the biome. So let's get our proper biome terminology down, guys. Come on. You're doing a snow fort right now and everyone is miserable. Excellent. Giant moth mountain goat wrecking your meeting hall. Perfect. So things are going great. Absolutely. Well, I'm glad things are working out for you. There's shallow sand up there. Very deep soil. Lots of heavy aquifers. No, it's ice. Not sea ice. Once again, RimWorld. Do I want to play on ice? Nah. Maybe a tundra. Tundra's fun. But there's an aquifer there, and I don't really particularly feel like doing that. This is funny. This is like a little island that's... The forest! The frost of maggots! It's just a little island that's full of goblins. That's kind of funny. I like this little island. That's kind of cute. Not going to settle over there, though. So all monsters are only one tile, but some monsters fill more than one tile, if that makes sense. So they still only fit in one tile, because the game is only single tile based, but there are some creatures that are bigger than one tile visually. Hey, look, it's Australia. Neat. There's just like goblin pits everywhere down here. What else do we have? I might actually not take this world. I don't hate it, but... Actually, what do we have down south? What faction is this? The Vaulting People. Choose Origin Civilization. These guys. The Ivory Seal of Blazing. I too would like an Ivory Seal of Blazing. It's the Untamed Wilds. Hold on a second. This is a neat spot. If I was in more of a... Did I see any beasts yesterday? Not yesterday, no. Which is why I've cranked it up. Is that why dwarves look so small in the preview? Yes, it's because the game... So you need to remember, like, Dwarf Fortress was an ASCII game for years, right? Which means it's locked to a specific grid, which is why the camera moves the way it does and why the dwarves move the way it does. It's... For werebeasts, if you're anxious for werebeasts, in the game difficulty, once you get in game, turn them off. Like, literally, there's just a button that says, can werebeasts attack? No. Done. Have fun. There's a... Where I was gonna start talking to things. If you're on an island or you're stuck there, you're stuck there. Yeah. But what I was gonna say is like something that would be fun. I'm not gonna do this today, but you could go into your settings and allow it to have like a 10 like tile long embark and then build a bridge to it and then build a fort on it and then you could get back, which would be fun. But I don't feel like doing forts like that today. Ooh, Joyous Wilds. Terrifying. More terrifying. Well, this faction down here, these guys. What do we have down here? What's the elevation like? Be shallow? This here has something. There's a light aquifer there, though. Which is fine. We can deal with a light aquifer.
Putting that in my bag of tricks to try sometime.
Cheers. Perfect. You're just embarking. Could I tell you what you should look for your first fortress as a starting location? Calm and temperate and avoid aquifers. That's what I would recommend. But you do you at the end of the day. Kind of poking around and seeing what we got. Ooh, I like this. So these are Joyous Wilds. Which is like, yo, you want unicorns attacking? Got that. That makes no sense. Why does the land have an aquifer but the lake doesn't? The water is above ground here. Why the new world? Because I wanted to. It's literally like that's the answer to the question is because I felt like it. I want something with higher beasts, primarily. Kiri, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody. If you guys don't know Kiri, she's one of my teammates, and I think she was playing this earlier. What'd you think? Did you have fun? Did you find fun? Which chat knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, I definitely recommend checking out Curious stream if you haven't. How much do neighbors and stuff like sand and clay matter? Yes. Depends on if you want it to matter. Are you planning on using sand or clay? Are you like planning on fighting with everything? Everything matters as much as you want it to matter. I think we're going to settle on the edge of this mountain. Is what we're gonna do.
Time for
Death of fish. Thanks for the 16 months. Cheers. It was exhausting as well. Exhausting as in like just a lot, I'm assuming. Because, yep. Yeah, that's Dwarf Fort. Kind of like the rocky wasteland idea. Like around here, maybe? The elevation of that, like. That's got gold, silver, and copper. There's a little soil. No trees, though. Which is fine. We can embark with some wood. Co plays DF again. He only played for like an hour yesterday, which is nice to see him back. Hair dyed and dried. Souls officially removed then. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this. What do you guys think of this? No trees, rocky wasteland, temperate, mountain, surroundings, wilderness. We've got a good amount of dwarves around, but we've also got elves around. Full-on fort desert. We don't have sand, so it's not a full-on desert. It's more like just a wasteland, if that makes sense. It's a wasteland. They're an actual disadvantage to always stick with one world and never generate a new one for your forts after all. There is no disadvantage. So do you want a persistent world where characters reappear? Keep playing the same world, right? Because characters will appear. Dwarves from your old forts will show up, assuming some of them live. And when adventure mode's in the game, your adventurers will show up. Named characters that you recognize. Like one of my favorite forts ever, I built a mountain home for one faction, and then I went and started a new fort in the same faction, and the outpost liaison, like the dwarf that was trading with me, was one of my old dwarves, and half of the merchants in that caravan were my old dwarves. So it's like, I was trading with my old fortress, quite literally, from a new fortress. And that is what builds the stories. So when you hear like Zach and Tarn talking about, oh, Dwarf Fortress is a game that's designed to help you build stories, maintaining the same world is what they're talking about. The reason I've swapped to a new world, and the reason I'm probably going to do that a lot over the next little bit, is because I've played thousands and thousands of hours of this game, and I want to see different shit with different parameters. That's why I do that, right? Which is why, like, when Warner Brothers was like, yo, we're going to copyright the Nemesis system for Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, everybody in the Dwarf Fortress community collectively rolled their eyes and sighed because, like, Dwarf Fortress has been doing that for, like, 20 years. It's like, Is it the game doesn't pause anymore when important stuff happens? Press spacebar. Yeah, you can actually set it in the announcements.txt to pause and jump to the migrants location, which I did during pre-release, Squirrely, and then changed it back because nobody else would have it. So you can still make it operate and play the way it used to. Although everybody keeps talking about a mod called Audible Sounds, which I think just makes a loud noise happen when things happen instead of just a thing popping up. Making things more obvious, I suppose. Like, if you fiddled with the old text settings previously, because I know you played the old game, Squirrely, you should be able to see the new stuff. Or is this my first time? It's my first time. Never played this before. Yeah, I've never touched this game before. I don't even know what a dwarf is, even. What is the elevation on that? Decently steep. I kind of want the stream. Don't tell him, chat. Yeah, I had like 40 hours pre-release. I had like, it was like 32, I think. Yeah, so I had 32 hours pre-release, and we're at 43 now hours. I streamed for like 12 hours yesterday. No problem, Loki. This is like the most thank yous I've ever gotten for a series of videos. So it's a little bit overwhelming. Dwarves who love trees are kind of like tree huggers? As a tree hugger in real life, why is that a problem? Rip my YouTube comments? I mean, okay, hold on a second. Like, let me show you something. This is my YouTube comments right now. It's like every 4 minutes. It's like every 4 minutes. Like, I responded to 3 this morning, refreshed, and there was 4 more comments. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go in here and delete some spam, and then we're gonna get started. 1, 2. Done. Are there any official numbers yet? Well, KitFox tweeted that they passed the analysts' numbers, which was, I think, they were estimating 160,000 sales in the first 4 months. And apparently they passed that in the first day. So more than 160,000, I would guess closer to 200,000 because that tweet was like 8 hours ago. Not in the first hour, in the first day. But like they sold at least 20,000 in the first hour because they got to 20,000 players within the first hour. Lambos? I don't think you'll see Zach and Tarn in a Lambo. You might, you might see Zach buy a new car because he was, what's the word I'm looking for here? Zach's car broke down recently and had to, like, just go buy a new junker. 1 million copies by the end of the month. You know, so here's a thing that I don't know if this has changed. I don't know how accurate this is, but back in the summer, so every like 4 months or so, Zach and Tarn join me on my stream and we talk about Dwarf Fortress and do like a round of audience questions every 4 months or so, right? And back in July, we did one. And Tarn said, if they sell 1 million copies, what if they just open sourced world generation? So, sell 1 million copies, damn it, because I want them to open source world generation. That's all I have to say. Like, fucking make them open source parts of the game. Let's go. Sell a bajillion copies. I don't know what license would be on it, but I think I single-handedly have put up more Dwarf Fortress content in the last 2 years than anybody. But thank you, guys. Appreciate you. They deserve to be overnight millionaires. They won't get paid till February, though. That's how Steam works. Why is your tavern visited by goblins to listen to an elf poet? Because this is a fantasy world, and dwarves love everybody. Dwarves like people that exist of different cultures, and just because somebody's a goblin doesn't mean they're automatically evil. There's plenty of non-evil goblins. Trying to keep up with chat. Sorry. Good timing. Everyone who loves RimWorld will give Dwarf Fortress a try. Damn right. I hope so. I'm not gonna lie. I was really worried when RimWorld put out their DLC. I was like, oh no. Like, I just dropped the DLC. Nobody's gonna play Dwarf Fort now. But let's go prepare carefully. So we're going somewhere with no trees. I wonder something. Does this cheese still work? And I say cheese. When I say cheese, I mean kind of literally. So cheese, when you used to embark with cheese, it would bring 1 barrel for each piece of cheese. Still only 10 points. Huh. Let's bring some extra barrels, shall we? Doop, 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 doop. Now I don't need to worry about making barrels as quickly. Do I dig deep early for wood? Oh, I will. It's more just like I want to have space for... I think in this fort I'm going to be irrigating for farming initially, instead of just digging straight down to the cavern layers. Also with meats, etc. Hell yeah, thank you. Good to know. So we've got plenty of food now, so we don't need to worry about that. We're going to bring extra booze. I'm going to bring an extra pick, I think. Let's bring extra booze. Are we embarking? We are indeed, Jalopy. We are indeed. Okay, drinks and fish works the same as individual barrels. Yeah, but cheese can be cooked into high-quality meals, so we're bringing cheese. You like using glass pots rather than barrels? Yeah, glass pots and rock pots are pretty meta. Actually, if you go to my clips, there's I think a how to release your dragon clip. There's a clip of a dragon burning a stockpile of like 200 ale barrels, and they all just go boom, 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 and there's this huge wall of explosions. They're literally like bombs. They're kind of great. Why do you need barrels? You can't just make rock pots? I could. I could. I could. Do I have an irrigation tutorial? Not yet. I guess we're doing it live. I can't, you know, here's the thing. I've played probably 8,000 to 10,000 hours of older versions of this game. I've seen 3 dragons. 3. They rare. Like, they're rare. They're rare. But then again, I've never been one of those people to just like do a custom world gen where it's just like, it's gonna spawn 70,000 dragons at the start of world gen. And you've seen one? Yeah. Like, I've seen less talky, more diggy. Watch my streams more and you'll realize that I talky a lottie. Russ, what up? Yo, can you be nicknamed after your most legendary Gelder? Only if I can give him the custom job as Clown. What if I name an elf after you, Russ, and like just change the poet name to Clown, so you can just be the Fortress Clown? Also, shoutouts to Russ. Russ is good people. You should go watch Russ play some dwarfs too. Can you be my brewer? If I start naming people, I'm not gonna have any unnamed dwarves in like a second, and I'm gonna have to play favorites, and then I'll feel terrible. But we can do that if you guys really insist. Hope I'm doing well. I slept better than last night, that's for sure. Elf Jester works. Fuck yeah, dude. What else do we need? Shoutouts to my mod who's working overtime. I'm actually going to bring the splints and whatnot, which I almost never actually do. I think we'll just bring some extra plump helmets. Do 30. Just jump over to animals. You know, I think like the way Untamed Wild, because this is Wilderness, not Untamed Wilds. So we're not going to have to worry about as much agitation as Untamed Wilds. But I think like there's actually like a legitimate reason to bring war animals with you immediately now with the way agitation works. Where can you find that? It's in your it's in your game files already. Flashbacks to Killer Chinchilla. I know, right? So Skyrim standard? I don't think there's 70,000 dragons in Skyrim. Also, Skyrim has no dragons. They're wyverns, you fucking nerds. That's it. Where are we going with this? I'm thinking we bring a kitty. Because it's Dwarf Fort, we have to bring a kitty. And if a fortress doesn't die because a cat, like, dies in a doorway, are you even playing Dwarf Fort? Let's go with a kitty and then just... a bunch of turkeys. I like turkeys. 5 turkeys and a turkey gobbler. I mean, you could do that. The only thing you have to bring if you want to do that would be a anvil, because there's no way to make an anvil without an anvil, which is always brings Dwarf Fortress back to the chicken and the egg question of just like who came first, the dwarves or the anvil, and it's generally the anvil because nothing can make an anvil. Can you forbid animals from moving through doors? That feature has been removed because it was one of the most common causes of frame rate death. So you can tightly close a door, which stops everything from moving through doors. But there's no just animals moving through doors because it caused a lot of errors with certain types of animals, namely cats. So it was easier to just remove the feature than fix it. You just lost your first trade caravan. Your dwarves didn't build the depot because it was located in a gather zone. Oh, and there was like job canceling underneath it, I would assume? Naturally. Memphis. Yes, Armok made the first anvil. We got 55 points yet left. Chat, we got 55 points left, and I'm putting it into animals. What animal do I bring? Mostly frames. Where ducky? A moose? Actually, I don't even know what's available. I don't have enough points to bring a large animal. Something with eggs? We got turkeys. I could bring ducks. Pigs. Pigs are pretty good. I like pigs. Big fan of pigs. Goats, duckies, egg layers. Chat's saying a lot of eggs. So let's go with Peachix and Peachix. That brings us down to 7 points. Let's bring a guard goose. Naturally, every fortress needs a guard goose. As a Canadian, they're everywhere here. And they're wonderful for home defense. Let's bring an extra plump helmet spawn. I said guard goose, not were goose. 5 more cats. What's up, Omegalo? As a Canadian, I would like you to know that we defend all of our houses with geese. Actually, no, geese are super chill. So something that I love is, so you know those points that I was just spending on bringing shit? That used to come out of your, like, dwarves' allowance for their skills, and now you can just assign skills, which is like, which I love. It's phenomenal. So, Bill Tetley, what up?
From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I am sure that you are a huge part of helping Dwarf Fortress make its 2-month sales goal in less than 24 hours.
I don't think that was their 2-month sales goal. That was some nitwits on the internet's prediction of how many they would sell. I don't think that was directly their sales goal. But it certainly is nice seeing them do well and profit and like make money. It's that part is really, really, really nice. Gotta be honest. Geese are savage. You know, so here's the thing that I've learned about geese. If you have a dog, geese are assholes to you. If you don't have a dog, they're super chill here. Like there's a photo of me on the internet like lying down, like starfish lying down, really stoned admittedly, in the middle of a field with an entire flock of geese around me, just wild geese, and they're just ignoring me, like stepping over me. Like that's how much they ignore you here. They do not give a shit. And I posted it on, I think, Twitter at the time, and somebody was just like, "How are you not dead?" And I was just like, "Well, I don't know. They're leaving me alone." I didn't get pooped on once, I'll have you know. Didn't get pooped on once. Not even close. So, disagree. Geese are lovely critters. Anyway, we're going to bring 3 miners. And we're going to do miner. Well, let's just give you all the points in mining. Might as well just have proficient miners. We're going to bring a... Let's just do butcher, planter, brewer. That's not the right thing. That's gem cutter. Guild brewer. You down here. You can be... We'll give you a point in wood burning, but we're going to make you woodcutter and carpenter. And you... got killed by undead. If you don't settle close to towers on your neighbor's screen, you won't have to deal with the undead as quickly. The undead are like brutally evil, and they tend to spawn around dense, colonized areas. So if you settle a little further away from things with less neighbors and make sure that there's no tower neighbors, you won't get hit by undead as quickly until you attack them, which is, I think, kind of the way it should be. Yeah, no, I'll be honest, they are really quite hard to see now. We're going to bring a proficient mason with some skills in blacksmithing. And this last one. So, I think it was Russ who was like, "I want to be your best guilder." Can I even name things in here? Okay, no, that's still bugged. I will give Russ. You can have my Gelder once we get in game. Okay. What else can we make this useless twit do? Gelding and let's say smacking things with axe. And we'll also give you some doctoring skills, so you're actually like not useless. Let's go with that. So dwarves live to be 150 to 170 years old. Once they hit 150, they can die of old age at the changing of the first season of the year. So dwarves usually live like, assuming you let them live long enough, they will generally live about 150 to 170 years. Hope he doesn't get confused. It's mighty difficult to go from, giving somebody resetting somebody's rib to like accidentally ripping their nuts off. But we now need to do the most important thing of a fortress, which is name it. We gotta name it. Bought a city. Do you want to bought a city, chat? Ring Thunders. No problem, Insane. No problem. Goose Terror. I'm sensing a theme here, chat room. Clearly, you guys don't understand the glory that is our wondrous pet goose, which, by the way, I'm absolutely going to make available as a pet the second we get started. Umbra Portals. I think I've actually had a fort called Umbra Portals before. Let's go with Foul. Oh, foul's not a word. So we're a rocky wasteland, far in the south. It's very cold. No, I wanted to go with foul, but but I can't do it. But even FOWL isn't a word either. Let's see. What do we have? By the way, this, just for those of you who don't know, Bulbous. Where are you? Come on. Bulbasaur. Yes, it's Bulbous Sour. Can we click this, please? It's like you click it twice and it stops working. I once had a fortress called Bulbous Sour and it made me laugh pretty hard. Sack submerges. What else? What do we have? You're expecting a dick joke? You should, like, assume more of me. Bristle, broil, brother, brunch. I could use some brunch. Chat, you guys want brunch? It could be a brunch fort. Bird bones? Brunch submerges. Why does brunch submerge me? I guess it's submerge. We could be cake ale. We cake ale. You want cake ale, chat? You want brunch? Bacon, eggs? Yeah, damn right. This is stuff that I care way too much about in Dwarf Fort. It doesn't matter at all. At all. But I like it. That's actually pretty good. Hold up. Stone. Is feather a word in Dwarf Fortress? I wish I knew the language better. No, it isn't. How about this? Stoneflights. Let's throw rocks at people. Whack. Poutine for brunch? Poutine with an egg on it is pretty mint. Like, Stoneflighty. Yeah, let's go with Stoneflights. Also works for stairs. First view in Dwarf Fortress is having many solid rock layers and then another aquifer. I hit that in pre-release and abandoned the fort. Because it took me like 20 minutes to dig through the aquifer. I was like, sweet, I'm through the aquifer. Bang, hit another aquifer. I was like, well, fuck this fort. This fort's dead to me. I didn't like this fort anyway. I mean, like, stupid fort. Can you make bridge catapults? You can make catapults. The problem with catapults is catapults are like weirdly ineffective. Ballistas, on the other hand, way too effective. Lots of collateral damage. Flight of stairs as a kid. You never imagined how a stairs could fly without wings. Old words die hard, sir. The Stormy Bolt. This is our group name, so this is the local government. I don't care as much about this one. So we are Stoneflights. The Barricaded Orb. Paper of Dusk. The Gem of Ghosts. Hold on. The Terrible... Ooh, I was going to go with machine. That'll work. I was going to see if, like, chinchilla was an option, but looks like terrible machine is going to be what we're going to go with. The terrible machine. Rock lobsters? You're a rock lobster. Also, Botch's cover of Rock Lobster is the best version of Rock Lobster. Lavish meals made from eggs, meat, and potatoes and bread. Dwarves can't make bread. They can, however, make baked flour. Don't ask me how, but dwarves can't make bread. So, you know. Foul instead of terrible? I kind of like the terrible machine. I don't know. It's got a nice ring to it. But we can add foul, like here. Like, so this can be our image, right? Dwarf. We can have a dwarf, right? Just a dwarf. And then we can have a goose. And the goose is devouring the dwarf. The dwarf is admiring the goose. See message from earlier? Meh? What'd you say earlier? What, with the bird pun? No, I'm not doing the bird pun. Oh, because they used all these for... Yeah, well, I mean, I guess by that logic, then dwarven bread would just be like this weird, like, flat, like, powdery crap cookie thing. Dwarf goose? Sure. Let's name this thing something. Let's call this the... Huh. Well, we could go with the Animal of Radiance. Yes, very fitting of a goose. Animal of... Balding. Goose make you bald, chat. Fact. I love how they have words for... So, fun fact. There are no boats in Dwarf Fortress at all. They do not exist in this world. But there's a word for boats in every single language in Dwarf Fortress. However, there is no word for dwarf in Dwarf Fortress. The dwarves don't have a self-referencing word for what they are. So I can't use the word dwarf anywhere. Dwarves are just people? Probably. The dwarves are the boats? Okay, naturally, yes. Okay, fair. So, chat, you know how we were talking about how you guys are terrified of geese? Well, the Animal of Chaos is the name of our image. And it is an image of a dwarf and a goose. The goose is devouring the dwarf, and the dwarf is admiring the goose. And it is the Animal of Chaos. Checks out? I mean, they certainly murdered a lot of dwarves and not a lot of boats and boat murdered, so I think that does check out. All right, so we're going to embark. I think I'm just going to push the ad break to right now so that we don't get stuck in an ad break while we're embarking. I'm just going to kind of run back through my dwarves, and then we're gonna dive in. So I'm just gonna kind of not say much for the next minute and 30 so people don't miss stuff. It's time for me to top off my coffee, actually. But I hope that you guys have had a good morning, chat. Yesterday was quite literally my best stream ever, I think. And you guys are following it up with a kind of awesome day 2 already. So I just gotta say, why did I tighten my coffee so much? I can't get into it. This bad habit of like over-tightening the top of my coffee lid. But anyway, yesterday was like one of the best streams I've ever done, so means a lot. Dragon Holy Fire, hello. Dwarves are boats, geese float. Glad that you were here for it. It was a thing. We're up so late. It was a great release, and you got great sleep for one. I mean, I barely slept last night, or not last night, but the night before. And then last night I slept like a fucking baby. It was great. I didn't even need sleep aids. How did it end? I mean, it didn't. It's still technically going. It's just, I'm still coming to terms with like the new balancing and the way a lot of things work in Dwarf Fortress, so there's no reason to just like keep the same fort running necessarily, because I'm still experimenting with shit. A Weregecko just decided to show up. Should you be scared? Yes. Lock your doors. Hide the good dwarves. And drink the beer. Quick. Scream loudly. I recommend watching my Burrows tutorial. That's what I would do. Round of beards. Let's dive in. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is about to make an outpost for the glory of all. Sosdavrad Sakrith. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the wolves get hungry. Oh, cool. We actually have wolves. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Luvon Mithil. Stoneflights. Strike the earth. That's how your last fort fell? I mean, everybody dies to were critters at some point. It's just like the natural way of things. Also, I don't know if any of you guys noticed this, but this game has proved to me that Tarn plays things inverted. Because everything is backwards the way I would expect it to be. I would expect mouse going forward to go down and mouse going back to be up, but it's the other way around. And I'm just like, I'm kind of refusing to rebind things because I want to teach people how to play this game. That one's driving me nuts. And I can't find the setting on how to fix it. So if anybody in chat wants to walk me through how to find the setting to re-invert the mouse wheel, I need to find that. See, it's just in controls. But which setting in controls is the thing? I was like, there's key bindings, right? I'm assuming it's in here somewhere. It's listed as mouse 4 and mouse 5. Mouse 4 and mouse 5. These two? Oh, wait, so swap them? Okay. Thank you. Not that one? Nope, the different ones? Jeez. Okay. Not that one. So then which one is it? Oh, that's scroll bar. Okay, duh, I see. Is it these two? Like cursor up and cursor down? Okay, so then that would be that and that. There we go. All is at Peace in the world. Thank you, chat. So another thing that's like very clearly unfinished, or that they didn't get to, is we really need a better sprite for frozen brooks. But let's take a peek around. What do we have? Good amount of rock over here. Nice, nice, nice. Real light. You'll love to see it. Nothing's gonna grow here. This place is gonna be a desolate wasteland for sure. If a mouse keybind has a modifier and it doesn't show the modifier, interesting. How do you handle no surface trees? Cry loudly. Cavern trees. Yes, that's the answer. All right, so we got to start digging. But I want to build up on this surface too. So what we're going to do is, fortunately, we don't have any animals that need to graze, with the exception of our one-humped camel. So, sucks to be you, Humpty Dumpty, but you're going to get edited. We're going to eat you. You're going to be lunch. And also, let's just unpause the game for a moment, because, and then pause the game again. And I'm going to open up this Gelder because it was a direct request. Russ found another setting that gets defaulted every time you restart the game. Or maybe because they patched it. Where is it? Video, game. I think it's game. Centralize? Why are they're called decentralized? Let's just replace first. Then try done. Let's find a replace first. What I'm used to. They're supposed to put it in the middle, but try this again. Russ. Okay. Then let's remove that. This is how I made it work the last time. By like doing it multiple times until I figured out the exact correct combination of clicking things. Centralize, done. Right now. Where did Russ go? There you are. Russ. Okay, now it works. You just have to like, it's weird. It's clunky. All right, so Russ is our Gelder, who is creative and cheerful and tough. Disdains eloquence and has good intuition. The gear above the cart? What do you mean, what about the gear above the cart? Can't play on your laptop because the cursor goes really tiny on big resolutions? I would say lower the resolution on your laptop or set the resolution in here. I mean, it took me a good like 20 minutes to like get my game to run properly. Multiple Z levels high, but that is fairly convoluted and needing a series of scaffolds. Are you saying like in this version or in previous versions? Because you can designate multiple levels at this point now. But you do need to still make scaffolds. The doors need to be able to get to it. Will there be a guide for military squads once I figure out how they work in this version? Which, no, I haven't fully wrapped my brain around it yet. See the goose? Yeah, where is it? I don't even see the goose. I know that I brought it. I mean, I see all the peahens. Oh, there it is. I see it. There he is. That's our friend. Look at that. Weak. See? They're not that evil. That's a duck. Nugget. Jeez. Recovers quickly, is agile, and resists sickness. What's your personality? She has a natural inclination towards language and a sum of patience. She is very curious, and sometimes to her detriment. She's very impolite and inconsiderate of property that checks out, is somewhat scatterbrained, and she rarely feels discouraged. She prefers to present herself modestly. She's a modest goose. She enjoys the company of others and tends to avoid any physical confrontation. See, I told you geese aren't dicks. And she tries to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. And she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. And she has a sense of duty. And she is stubborn naturally. And she is moved by art and natural beauty. I don't know about that. And she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. Same. TBH. And she has an active sense of humor. That's a goose, not a duck. Hello. How's this fort? What happened to the volcano one from last night? Nothing really happened. I just kind of want to try other biomes and mess around with other things. And I also wanted to play in a colder biome. Can I nickname the goose after you? After you? No. Can I nickname the goose? Yes. I think. Work details. Why does it pop up the tutorial every single time I play? I don't need the tutorial the first time. Yes, I can nickname the goose. I think. So I can, but it doesn't pop up in its name. They fixed that bug. But no. I will be making the goose available as a pet so somebody can add it. Gosh. Okay, so I guess I get to just like remove these every single time. Yeah, that's fine. Pets, livestock. Where's the goose? Toggle whether or not it's available as a pet. There you go. Goose is now available as a pet. Someone's gonna grab the pet goose, hopefully. What else do we have here? So there's Russ. River is half frozen. Yeah, that's why it looks like stone right now. Because it's stone water. Wait. You. Who's our expedition leader, actually? Let's check that. Our expedition leader is Udil, who, I'm going to name Aquafunk, who is our glorious mod who's assisting today. Shoutouts to Aqua. Aquafunk has an iron will, a strong inclination towards language, and has good creativity, but has an iffy sense for music. That's not true. Aqua has a great sense of music. I seem to like birds. Fun fact, not really a fan of birds. She can be very single-minded, and she lacks confidence in her abilities. And she is very polite, and she observes the appropriate rules of decorum. And when possible, when possible, and she can handle stress, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. And she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She rarely feels discouraged, and she occasionally overindulges, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Kias are annoying as heck. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Jesus. Birds aren't real. You can't convince me birds are real. Anyway. Like others in her culture, she holds craftsdwarfship to be of the highest ideals. Dreams of raising a family. Look at that. Family of dwarves even. Like saltpeter, laypeter, nethercap wood, moose hoof, and alpaca tooth. Birds are a lie, just like the cake. And the words of the spring of planting. I'm not being serious about the birds thing, by the way. Because I think there's like some rule on Twitch about not spreading conspiracy theories, and I wonder if you theoretically could get in trouble for that. Whatever. She prefers to consume kiwi. Now, are we talking... We're not talking kiwi fruit, because it would specify kiwi fruit. So instead, they literally mean the bird kiwi. And pendant amaranth beer, and absolutely hates lizards. Hear that, chat? This dwarf hates lizards. This dwarf's like, so you've heard of turkey, but like, can I interest you in a kiwi? What else do we have? Good intuition, high willpower, disdains eloquence, cheerful and creative. Adequate axe dwarf. I'm quite happy with our little Gelder. What else do we have? A turkey. Only rarely feels strong cravings or urges and takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance. You know, if I was a turkey, I would feel the same. What else do we have? We got our woodworker over here, who's going to be very starved for work for a little bit. You appreciate that kiwis aren't endangered in this world, right? Depends on the world. You know what's funny about Dwarf Fortress is the vast majority of the time, pandas are extinct before you actually get in game. Because there's so... Unless this has been changed. Because there's so little bamboo that spawns in most worlds, but with the default generation, that they overpopulate, run out of food, and starve to death before, like, you even make a fort. Which is just too funny to me. It's just too fucking funny. It's sad, but it's too fucking funny. You have to, like, change your, like, the spawn frequency of certain plants to make them not be extinct. Which is funny, because, like, panda people are in the same boat, too. But then there's were-pandas everywhere, usually. So. 83 years old, disdains hard work. Like I said earlier, I'm playing favorites. So this can be animal. Lovely member of the fort. Disdains hard work, low self-esteem, resists sickness. Competent woodworker, novice wood burner. Animal has a very good intuition, a sharp intellect, and a very good focus, and the ability to read emotions fairly. But has atrocious spatial sense. Silvershy, I hope you've been well. How have you been enjoying DF Premium? I mean, it's Dwarf Fortress, right? So to me, think about it this way. It's like a Destiny patch, or like a big update, a big paid update to an MMO that you've been playing for years that you still love. It's still the same game. A lot of shit has changed. Everything looks different. Half the mechanics are different. Why did they change my tech tree? And why, or not tech tree, that's a bad way to put it. Why did they change all, like, the way everything looks? Where did they put this menu? And why can't I find my inventory? Is kind of how it feels. So it's like a combination of like weirdly extreme frustration because I can't find half the UI I used to be able to find by hitting literally one button on my keyboard. But everything is improved. So it's like, it's more realistic to see zombie pandas than living pandas. I don't think I've ever seen zombie pandas, but not really. No, it would be more likely to see zombie panda people. It's not something that you need to worry about. There was this weird issue with things stacking in bins where they couldn't get things out of bins. And so rather than like removing an item from a bin, they would try and just move the whole bin, which would just cause them to cancel out of the whole job because 10 different dwarves were trying to move the same bin at the same time. But supposedly it's been fixed. Like, there's a lot of old bugs in this game that I overcompensate for because I assume that they're still in the game, and it's just how I'm used to playing. It took you a while to figure out squad uniforms. Squad uniforms aren't difficult. The problem that I have with the new UI is it's all different. So it's safe to build bins? It's safe to build bins. But you still need seed stockpiles. Seed stockpiles still need to build. She's completely convinced of her own worthlessness, and she rarely develops negative feelings towards things. She is an optimist, and she finds humor in most situations, but she is slow to anger and finds obligations confining. Though she values the concept, she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She can handle stress, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Let's see, what else do we have? No memories. I'm really curious to mess around with this memories tab a little bit more. It seems to work fine. I saw some reports of things getting like mass canceled, but maybe they're just like mistaking like running out of seeds for the seeds function. All right, so we are gonna dig right at the corner of this. So kind of my plan is to build like a castle up here on the surface, but before we can do that, we need to find wood. We found Olm, the best animal. Can you have it as a pet somehow? Normal Olm or giant Olm? Because normal Olms are vermin, correct? Which means you'd need to use the vermin catcher shop and small animal traps, I think. I can't remember what they're called. I don't generally do that, but giant Olms can be tamed, to my knowledge. So now our 3 dwarves are going to grab picks. We're going to follow them as they carve down. Small Olm, you'll try and make trap. Cool stuff. But yeah, it used to be called the kennels, but it's called Vermin Catcher's Shop. Hey, Tubby. You bought goats from a trader, and you don't see them, and you don't know how to get them out of a cage, so they died. So they need to be pastured anyway, but the easiest way to get tame livestock out of a cage is to make a pasture and pasture them. That's the easiest, quickest way. It's because you've hit the bottom, probably. There's probably semi-molten rock underneath where you're digging, and you're probably running into that. So we've hit the first cavern layer, which is what we were looking for. You have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Let's see what animals have spawned. So just wild camels on the surface. That's good for hunting. That's good eats. You have to retire the fortress. So my response would be copy your save file and retire your copied save file. Or alternatively, wait until that fortress is done. And then when you make a new fortress, or before you make a new fortress, you can read legends in between. The reason you can't look at legends during a fortress, or like the in-game reason for it and Tarn's reason for it, is it's very easy to find spoilers for a lot of mechanics that are half in the game / fully in the game. As an example, instead of like disguised criminals that, like, so let's just say you have a vampire in your fort, right? That's going to start eating your dwarves slowly one by one that you have to find. The game will just put vampire on their name in legends. So it's an easy way to cheat, basically. Also, there's like some sort of memory issue, but it's one of those things where, like, at some point, like Tarn has talked many times about wanting to have parts of legends exposed over time, which the game already sort of does to a degree, especially in the justice screen. But like, they're different modes for a reason, because one allows you to make entire mechanics and the other one completely trivial. Sorry for the silly question, but you know anything about the updated version releasing? When it's ready. I don't know any exact dates, but all I've heard is soon. So I have a feeling Tarn is probably going to spend a couple days, maybe a week, just like cramming bug fixes for this version, and then after that, finish the port work for the other. I don't think it'll be too long. I would hope by Christmas. This sort of thing usually happens quite quick. When Tarn is like excited and inspired, he can finish work really fast. All right, so the fact that there is nothing seen in the caverns yet is good news. Nobody's accepted the goose as a pet yet, you monsters. We got a brewer that's fishing. All right. So let's just take a look at this cavern. Okay, so basically digging along the side of it down to, ooh, actually this is quite nice. Got water. Look at this. Big old water source. You know, this almost looks like an old volcano. You know, like obsidian spires is kind of what this looks like to me. We could dig along this side here. It's a nice cavern, yeah. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not that intense. I like this plateau over here, though. We could just, like, dig over there. Which is, I think, what we're going to do. We'll just leave that bottom bit open for right now. It's fine. Just keep an eye out for particularly scary things. But before we start digging into the caverns, let's just dig out a nice... Actually, I want a little bit of a walkway. I want it to look a little nicer, so... Let's do like a... Let's dig up to there, which is where we're going to walk into the caverns. I do not like straight lines at all. I like things to curve and wind. It's a deep cavern. I once had a cavern that was like, it was like 70 Z levels deep or something. It's in my fortress Long Death. And every couple weeks in game, there will be like, Troglodyte is fighting, or Giant Cave Spider is fighting, or Dracula is fighting. And then you look at the combat log and it's like collides with an obstacle. It's because they're falling off the cliff in that cavern and going smack and splatting to death at the bottom. Quantum stockpiling is not gone. All the mechanics are still there. You can still quantum stockpile. At the very least, like, I've managed to set them up without even trying. All of the tools that you need to set them up are still there. They're just in different places. What's going to happen with it? We're going to keep Long Death going. It's just going to be on a multiple month hiatus. It'll come back, though. What I really want to do with Long Death, I don't know if I'll be able to pull off this format, but I want it to become like I bring other streamers on and we talk about Dwarf Fort and I talk about old Dwarf Fort and we have fun in that way. But we'll see. I mean, there is a world where it doesn't come back. I would like to bring it back, though. But currently, it's on hiatus. I want to get it to at least 500 years, realistically. It depends if there's interest. I mean, if I bring it back and nobody tunes in, then yeah, it'll go away. Count the amount of times you've found dwarves randomly exploded at the bottom of a map. Can't count the number of times that you... Yeah, well, I mean, it happens, right? Such is the way of things. Okay, so this is just going to be for storage. We're just going to make this into a storage zone. But I'm going to just make my life easier here. there we go. The problem is, if there's giant cave spiders, they can certainly climb up this. So something I'm going to do real quick is we're going to jump over here to constructions. We are going to... You know what's funny is, like, I've played enough of the game now that, like, my brain is being an idiot and going, you're supposed to use the inverted mouse controls, dum-dum. So let's try this again. Instructions. Stairs. Need 18? Oh boy. Yeah, still like connecting designated stairs to constructed stairs is pain right now. Not gonna lie. Yeah, no, I just did that. Chat just helped me do that because I was getting annoyed with it too. Which leads me to believe that, and actually I think I'm gonna have to do this the next time I speak with Tarn. I'm gonna have to ask him, do you play games inverted? Because I think he does. I'm convinced that he does. You play FPS inverted? You monster! The only games that it's okay to play inverted are like spaceship or plane games. I don't remember if it was a DF hack feature, but I wish that you could select the construction material with one click. That was not a DF hack feature. That was a vanilla feature, and I miss it too. But these are the sort of things that you should go into. You should go into the KitFox Discord, which you can find by typing !DF in the chat. And there's like a bugs and suggestions box room for Dwarf Fortress. Be like, fucking let us select everything in one button. Because goddamn, they need a select all button. Give select all button. The fuck. So, you know. The workshop can't install mods on existing maps. No, because the way the world generation works, you have to have the mod running before you generate the world. Because, but the nice thing is, though, you can have multiple different worlds with different mod packs. You have to theme the world from the get-go with that mod. No, I don't have the audible notifications mods, because I don't want them. Not currently, anyway. I might install it later, but I'm keeping things vanilla for right now. How do you deconstruct? This tool, under mining, is your deconstruct tool. Yeah, I will install that one, the audible sounds mod. I just want to play without it for a little bit. It runs just fine in Proton. And, there was somebody in my chat saying they were running out an M1 Mac in Wine, and I'm sure that there's other alternatives. I know it runs just fine in Proton, so there's got to be a Mac equivalent for that. What do I have so far in this base? This hole in the ground. Sorry, no, not much yet. We are one thing at a time. Some stairs and there's desert on the surface. That's it. Very, 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 very simple for right now. And let's do floors along the side of that, because I don't think they can reach that corner one, but they might be able to. Being able to designate multiple layers at a time is so nice. Can you tame wild animals? Yep, you have to catch them in a cage trap, though. Is that What, a vermin, probably? I saw something floating. It's probably like a cave bat or something. You playing? Are you playing in Proton on a Mac, or? You're pretty new to this, and it seems that you replaced some stairs with floors on 2 occasions. Your dwarves and their animals starved to death underground. You can seem to be able to build some stairs back up somehow. Rings a bell. So there's 2 types of stairs. Were you trying to dig stairs using this button, or were you trying to build stairs using the constructions? Because there's constructed stairs and there's dug stairs. You need something to dig into to dig a thing. What happens if you dig too far? You hit lava. Like, here's the thing. Yes, there is... Okay, so you know the thing that happens in Lord of the Rings when they dig too deep? Yes, that can happen. That could happen in here. But there's other ways to guaranteed to make that happen. And that requires digging in specific places. If you just dig straight down, you'll hit lava, and that's it. There's certain things you have to do. It's not quite to the level of Minecraft. You have to make a fucking portal to get to the Nether and stuff like that. It's more specific, shall we say. But... for those of you who don't give a shit about spoilers, if you channel straight through a center of the adamantine spires down in the basement, you'll find help. That's it. And that's where you find hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of randomly generated monsters. Can't wait to see the clown sprites. I've seen them, but they're pretty cool. Also, my artist is asking me about merch. He's going, does your chat want merch yet? I think my artist wants to draw shit for me. And I'm going, I don't want to sell merch. That shit's work. The circus beckons you. They say that. They do say that. I love the ambiances. I've seen a few streams, actually, of people just, like, running the soundtrack in the background. I'm like, no. Damn it. Oh, no. Says the guy who, like, knows more about the circus than anybody. Mr. Oh, no, demons don't become husks when they get, like, washed with the scary smoke from the haunted biome that I happened to be in at the time. You want a debug creature merch? As far as merch for me goes, I can't do anything like that because that would be up to Kit Fox. Would I prefer blinky movement or the implemented of continuous movement? I do not care. Does not matter to me. Like, this is something that, like, old people who've played a lot of RimWorld go, but it doesn't move smoothly. I'm like, it's perfectly visible. What's wrong with it? I don't prefer either one. I don't think the Dwarf Fortress engine right now is capable of doing smooth movement like RimWorld. But to me, it looks almost identical. It doesn't bother me. You have to forbid the eggs right when they get laid, otherwise the dwarves will eat them. Yeah, so you need to make the nest boxes and you need to forbid the eggs right away. All right, let's just get everything inside. Let's make... let's start off with a stone stockpile over here. Except stone over there. We're going to put in everything stockpile next to it. Well, they said they had a breeding pair, but you just need to make sure you forbid the eggs. Yeah, true. You could lock the door. Put them in a room and then lock the door. That's definitely a way to do it. All right, so this dwarf's using a wheelbarrow for that. Let's do food up top here. But I'm gonna have to... Okay, fine. Make it that way then, game. Okay, you up here. We're going to put animals, ammo, armor, not bars and blocks, cloth, sure, finished goods, all food except for seeds, Furniture. Oh, we don't need to put gems in there. Leather. Sheets. Parchment and whatnot. Weapons. And you know, we don't need to put, we can give wood its own stockpile, but we're not going to have wood for a minute because I still need to get into the caverns before we can do that. I just want to get everything down here first. And this one will be wood. Once we actually get wood over here, then I'll get caught up on chat. I already selected it. It's fine, DJ Huxley. I mean, it's frustrating as shit if you're used to the old UI and then suddenly you're having to use this one, but it's totally fine. RimWorld wasn't designed to have Z levels, so I never fully understood why people didn't like the lack of Z levels in a game that wasn't designed to have that feature. I mean, it certainly is the thing that makes Dwarf Fortress cool. And then, like, there's also a game that not enough people play, which is Odd Realm, which also has Z levels like Dwarf Fortress. Dr. Soaps, what's up, dude? How am I like the Steam version? It's great. I mean, it's frustrating having to learn the new, like, the same game a second time, but we're going to remove barrels from the seed stockpile before it causes problems. All right. But it's fine. Orbital, what up? Hello. Is this the main base? This is literally all I've done today in this fort. This is a brand new fort. Yeah. From Dwarf Fortress and your muscle memory is still messing with the new version? Oh, trust me, so's mine. Trust me, so is mine. So is mine. Why do I remove barrels from the seed stockpile? Because for years it caused canceling problems where they wouldn't be able to actually put everything away. And chat has basically stated that that bug is still there to a degree. So I removed them out of habit. Wait, hold on a second. You're not using the wheelbarrow for the main okay, so I need to remove wheelbarrows from the main stockpile. Oh, wait, never mind. That is set to 0. This one can be set to 3. That's how many we have, and that's how many we want to use. No, it's not okay to gush about how much you like something in this game. Go ahead, just fucking gush about the soundtrack. The soundtrack's fantastic, I think. Oh, are we not set to hauling? Everybody does this? You guys should be hauling. Why are you no hauling? The hell? Just give it to everybody then. Fine. Did I turn all the alt? Did I? Oh, wow. That explains it. This is what I mean by, like, I'm so used to keyboard controls that when, like, you have to learn a new control scheme, you just make dumb mistakes all the time. It would have taken me way too long to figure that out. Appreciate you. All right, let's go all the way up to there, that, and that. Done. I'm still using bags. You don't have to. Tell me if your experiments, like, net you better results. You're going to start taking that side out. We're going to make a mechanics workshop, which I then canceled out of immediately because old habits die hard. We're also going to make a stoneworker. Make up your 20+ individual specialized jobs. Yeah, I need to do that at some point too. But I don't think they go from fort to fort. Is there a way to designate only allow specific worker to do gem cutting? So on a specific workshop, once I have a workshop done, let's see. Work orders. So if you go to workers, this workshop is free for anybody to use. You can assign so if you have a manager set up, you can assign a specific worker to work at a specific workshop and then go into work orders and assign a specific work order for this workshop. would be the way that you would do that. And they only go so high. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. Like, that kind of sucks, but yeah, that's kind of funny. That needs to be a mod, actually. More icons for custom jobs is a mod that someone needs to make. Just saying. No, I just made a new fort. I put up a poll on the Discord last night asking if people wanted me to do a new fort today or continue the one from yesterday, and people went new fort, so we're doing a new fort. This is all I've done. And there's no trees on the surface, it's Badlands. Oh, hey, the creek melted. Look at that. The problem is your game crashes every time you try to assign a specific worker to the workshop, and your guess is that it's an issue with your save. Yeah, that seems like a game issue. What about wood then? We're gonna have to go into the caverns, which is why we're doing cavern forts. We're gonna finish building these walls up the side here. So, you know, they've talked about building walls over floors. Can I build floors over walls? Nope. Oh, okay. I needed to know. Now I have my answer. Yeah, there's definitely some crashing bugs in the game. Like, I found a crashing bug in pre-release beta, which was if you build a bunch of single rooms, like bedrooms or coffins, and then you build a multi one over top of them, the game would crash, and that got fixed. So, like, you know, they're working on it. I have to record episode 4 tonight. So, I'm glad you enjoyed the first 3, though. They are doing very well on my YouTube channel, and it's been kind of wild. I've gotten more subscribers on YouTube in the last 24 hours than I got in all of last month. So, seem to have a stronger hold. What do you mean a stronger hold? Like, more stuff that can kill you? Because, yeah, that checks out. Oh, okay, so I refused to do this yesterday, but so I need to read the last Discord word story. There's a room in my Discord called Add a Word Stories, right? If you join my Discord, you can add to it, and then every 2 hours people can make me read it. I'm gonna go read it because I owe you guys one. So I'm just gonna scroll up a whole bunch on this until when was the last time I okay. So if this sounds like absolutely nonsensical nonsense, it's because it is. Worst by those weavers from Highgarden Wubba Lubba. Great happenings abound, no hiding from fate of Armok worshippers. Balloon people feed rocks to new horizons. Spider legs taste fucking amazing. Tentacle octopuses, trees, all of them are branched. What? Expanding glasses taste flammable, and soaking your brined brain in blood blooms prevents barnacle hooks from burrowing beautifully. Help me, Dwarf Fortress, blind go help. What? I just unleashed my dog to wake the dwarves with booze. Drink deep into dwarfdom, obfuscation period, comrades vomit. Plagues will arise when cave critters crawl. Sorrow reaps fear, stop running, no, burninate, marmite, goblin, mayor, deep caverns, songs bring magma medicine for maximum security. Deposit. Caught up. I'm gonna add a period to that so that sentence ends. That was a run-on sentence. Jesus Christ. All right, we're done. I can go back to what I was doing now. How do you stop your dwarves fishing? Oh man, that's like one of the oldest questions in Dwarf Fort. Why? Fisher dwarves. Only selected do this. Remove fisher dwarves. That's how. I'm always proud of them when they make sense. Everybody does this. So much fishing? Yeah, no. You can feed your whole fort with nothing but fishing, though. So, fishing is very efficient. Which, ouch. That sentence hurts my brain. Spider legs taste fucking amazing, apparently. I think it's over that now, John, from Sweden, because that was stated, what, like 9 hours ago? I think they're probably closer to 200,000 by now. I mean, how many people are playing the game right now? 19,000? Yeah, we're rocketing back up to the player count from yesterday. Reviews keep going up. Number go up. Me Primus, what up? Quick question relating to your guide on YouTube. Why do I make my corridors so long and wide? Doesn't it just add extra work and benefit from pathing? I make the forts exactly the way I like. You make your forts exactly the way you like. It doesn't give any mechanical benefit, but lots of things in Dwarf Fortress don't give any mechanical benefit. But you know what it does give? My brain makes happy sounds when I see nice long corridors. Dwarves don't live in tiny little cramped spaces with nothing more than a arm's reach away. Dwarves make grand cathedrals. I mean, you've seen Lord of the Rings, right? You've read Lord of the Rings. You've seen Moria. I like building Moria. I don't like building, like, condos. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox first. Build your sandbox the way you enjoy. I build my... Like, so... You know how the endgame in Warframe is Fashion Frame? The endgame in Dwarf Fort is Fashion Dwarf. When you're encrusting gems on all of your dwarves' armors and giving them coordinated cloth clothing and making your dwarf into the shape of, I don't know, a giant pixel art Donkey Kong for some reason, that's when you've hit endgame Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is not benefited by 100% efficiency. You will actually have a worse experience if you go with 100% efficiency. I think aside from unless you're playing the game like a statistical crafting game, at which point then have fun. But I play it as a role-playing game, and like in a world where if we were to just play the Dwarf Fortress meta, the only thing anybody would use as defense is drawbridges and a lever, because that'll insta-gib the vast majority of enemies, with the exception of demons. Text adventure dwarf condos. I mean, go nuts. Will walls and roofs collapse? Only if there's nothing supporting them. Only if there's nothing supporting them. So an entire mountain can be held up by one tile. All right, so here I was going to make hatch covers. We're just going to quickly queue up 4 of these. Okay, so 4 hatch covers. We're going to do 2 doors. Actually, no, 3 doors. And then I'm just going to keep an eye on that one until all that stuff's done. Have you made tombs out of the zone tool, Paris? Did they give a guesstimate? Nope. Soon. Probably really soon, I would assume. Actually, okay, hold up. Let's check. let's be a little safe first. Just camels? All right. So, if it's just camels, I want to get this surface area kind of locked off. And I also want to get a bunch of these trees chopped down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to queue up a bunch of these mechanisms. I can't make that traction bench yet. That was a misclick. So rock mechanisms and doors is what we're building right now. Do you need to get someone building the chain on a pillar to attach the dog to? You do need to construct the chain. Yeah, I think they're under cages and restraints, rope chain. So you need to make the chain in a workshop or a rope in a workshop, and then you need to construct it from this button. And then you can assign the thing to the chain. Or set it to be part of the, justice screen. What the difficulty modifiers and settings do? I know exactly what they do. Which one are you wondering about? Like, if we're talking about, the custom settings, like these? Because these have always been in the game. Which one are you asking about? Because, enemy triggers, this is, population triggers. So, you can get were creatures at 20, Forgotten Beasts and Mega Beasts at 50, sieges at 80, actual full-size sieges. This is just small sieges and ambushes. And the Dead Walk, hide while you still can, don't care about these. And then these are large sieges, followed by enemy production triggers is things like actually huge sieges and things like bronze colossi and dragons. And then trade triggers are similar to that as well. That's like telling the world how much value you have. Wild things can cause trouble. This is the agitation stuff. Werebeasts, mega beasts, civilizations, and then these are all the parameters for the difference. Only if the lava is above the area that you dug to. But lava doesn't bubble up. Lava doesn't have pressure. What that? We got troglodytes. I'm glad I didn't just dig straight in. I have to make cage traps. Otherwise, we're going to immediately have to deal with fighting stuff. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to make a room here. This is going to be our meeting zone. Why did I connect you there? I want you there. Have I seen a Forgotten Beast? Yeah, in pre-release, not on stream yet, though. I haven't done enough in the caverns to see a Forgotten Beast. Seen plenty of other stuff, though. I've seen Necromancer experiments. Those are always fun. Is this a brand new fortress? Yes, this is all I've built so far. Also a brand new world. It's a whole new world. Assuming you're not stuck in an ad, because it looks like ads just started. If you don't see this top bar, your resolution is too big for the game's defaults, and you have to set your resolution manually. You'll reduce its frequency? I ain't reducing its frequency, but that's just because I've played so much Dwarf Fortress that I know that you shouldn't do that. All right. Are there troglodytes on the map? Giant cave Toto. That's fun. Where are you at? Where are you at, guy? Look at that big guy. Look at that big guy. He looks delicious, frankly. Is there any reason I'm not playing the in-game music? I am playing the in-game music. I'm just leaving the music on default. Like it was playing like a minute ago. It is in fact the toady one, yes. But yeah, so if you do not see the UI at the top of the screen, it means that you don't have the right resolution. Is that a dead frog? Why is it upside down? Ah, because it is dead. Have we heard from them? Have I heard from them personally? No. But I mean, they've posted there's pictures of them drinking champagne on Zach's wife's Twitter. But from what I can tell, they posted the game, went to bed, and then woke up, had champagne, and I don't know what they've done since. But a patch has gone out, so I'm assuming they're working. I'm trying not to bother them personally. As much as I like pestering people, now is not the time to pester people. Now is the time to stream video game. So we're going to place hatches. Let's just remind the video game that I want my previous settings. Only have 2. Why 2x2 blocks of stairs? Old habits die hard. Dwarves need space. You only need to do the 1 tile of stairs, but old habits die hard. 1 cat. 1 cat. I also have a goose for actual chaos. You'd rather have a nice port than champagne. Champagne is a symbol. It's a symbiote. It's a symbol of things more than anything. It's a cultural icon of effective marketing of bubbly drinks, I suppose. Exactly. It's a celebratory thing. What's the legally blind tag? I'm legally blind. This eye don't work at all, and I have severe tunnel vision in this eye. Basically, hold one hand over your right eye, like this, and then do this. That's about what I see, except also with floating blind spots and occasional inability to maintain focus. Which is why I play games like this and not games, and also why I'm one of the few people who complains that ASCII is clearer than these graphical tile sets, but I'll get by. With or without glasses? Glasses are irrelevant. Glasses are to fix nearsightedness. Glasses don't help actual vision issues. Glasses just simply allow me to see at distance. You would call that blind? It's legally blind. Which is why, like, when the odd person pops into my chat and is like, your name is offensive to people who are disabled, it's like, bitch, I'm disabled. Which, you know, I get more often than I'd like to. I've never driven a vehicle in my life. That's not true. I drove my dad's GM Tracker once and almost broke his nose when I was 14. But, my dad's nose. Because I hit the brakes suddenly and he wasn't expecting it. I was a little kid. But no, I'm not legally allowed to drive, which is also why I've been able to afford to do this full time for so long, because car insurance is fucking expensive. I really am blind, yeah. That's why I have the username. My eye doctor wants me to have a white cane, too. Oh no, you killed the cave spoder! Stupid cat. Cave spoder did nothing wrong. Cars are a racket. I also live in Vancouver, Canada, so, like, we have some of the best transit on the continent here, so, which is also one of the reasons why I will never move, even if I could get a bigger house, because it's like, we have great public transit here. Build a drawbridge. Doesn't matter what material. All right, so stoneworkers workshop, we need to do table, throne, block, heat on blocks. I've been to Boston. No thanks. I'll go to Boston for PAX East. That's about it. Some nice dive bars in Boston, though. Good food, too. What happened with the session with the lava entry? I asked my Discord last night if I should keep working on that fort or build a new one, and that one was kind of just falling apart, so went with the dwarfy thing and started a new fort. Why that door there? So I can lock it independently. Always build doors to entrances to things that are dangerous. I mean, the next thing I'm going to be building is cage traps, but I need wood for that first. So, next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into no, not furniture. Where'd you put those? Levers. There you are. Levers. We're going to put a lever right there. I'm actually just going to chuck a meeting zone down here real quick. And, workshops. Need a butcher shop. I need to butcher the camel that we have in this fort. Just make a butcher shop and a tanner so that we don't waste their leather. Because larger animals give you more leather. Oh yeah, there's minecarts. I mean, you can literally like track. Boop. See, we can just make minecart tracks. We are going to make minecarts in this fort. I just don't quite need them yet because the fort's not big enough. Very easy way to get shit to the surface, and vice versa. No problem, Wiggly. Cheers. All right, so we're going to connect this lever because I made those mechanisms early. We're going to connect this lever. I don't want to pull it. I clicked the wrong button. We're going to link the lever to this drawbridge. And we're going to call this lever, so I don't forget. Cavern 1 door. I usually always have levers that are like, do not pull under any circumstances, and and stuff like that. I'm very, very intelligent about how I name my levers. Do you need to dig under bridges? I'm using this one as a door, so no. You don't need to do anything in Dwarf Fortress. Then after that, they're going to pull it. I'm just going to make sure it works and I set it up correctly. Dunk. See? So now we have a side door. Be careful. Don't make sure nobody's standing there when that closes because it will instigate them. Bridges are the most overpowered weapon in Dwarf Fortress, which is why playing the meta in Dwarf Fortress is silly. Your OCD disagrees. If you actually have OCD, I apologize. If you're just memeing, then I don't care. If you play Dwarf Fortress as a meta-based game, the only defense you'll ever use is drawbridges. You can destroy almost any foe with a drawbridge, with one hit, and they are the most effective weapon in the game. Which is why playing for combat meta in Dwarf Fortress is kind of redundant, because you will have the worst possible time if you play it that way. Which, I mean, more power to you. If you have fun doing that, then that's great, but I don't. We're going to go this way and this way and this way. Let's dig these out. Let's go get some wood. I'm also going to real quick make a burrow. And this burrow is going to be this zone right here. So a burrow is like work zones, basically, but also gives you the ability to lock dwarves out of certain areas if you don't want them to go to certain areas. Similar to like work areas in RimWorld. But I use them primarily as like an alert, emergency alert system. Oopsies. Did I just I literally just canceled the whole thing. Stupid mouse controls. Never did anything good for nobody. Okay. Go this way. 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 That. Are grazers bugged? Do you have a KV pup turning the map into desert and it's still starving? Give them a bigger grazing zone. All right. So what I'm going to do is I have under jobs, we've got one woodcutter, right? So I'm going to go into that burrow. I'm going to add everybody but the woodcutter. Oh, did I not make the... Okay, I didn't make the burrow go all the way out there. Let's add these two tiles. Hey, Taxi. The more zones you give, the more desert you get, and it doesn't want to be sustained. Well, eat the stupid cavy then. Cavies are unless they've been changed, cavies are the most worthless livestock in the game by a lot. Like by a lot. So what we're going to do is I'm going to unpause this. Those two dwarves picked an odd place to fall asleep, but yeah, I respect it. Cut down these giant mushrooms, which we're going to use to make beds. God, this is a cool fucking cavern. I really like this cavern. I think what we're going to do, once we get this wood up and into the fort, is we are going to wall off the top of this area up here. I'm going to add this area to the burrow, and we're going to wall off this top area. That's fine. Many dwarves like many things for many things. Doesn't make them useless, or doesn't make them even remotely useful. All right. Like previously, if you'd butcher them, the only thing you'd get from them was a skull. Like it was literally just like, oh, you get remains. That was it. which made them like the far and away the most useless thing in Dwarf Fortress. All right, so I just want all of these dwarves to haul this wood right now. We're going to keep an eye out for combat. And I need to get this wood inside, so I'm just going to add wood to this stockpile, this stone stockpile. It's down at the bottom. Add all. Can I get attacked in the caves? This is Dwarf Fortress. Anything can attack you from anywhere. Although they don't do the Minecraft thing where they just like appear inside. But yes, there are hostile things in the caves. Currently there are nothing though. Nothing within our line of sight, which is good. There was troglodytes and giant cave toads walking by sooner, so they're there. They're just hiding. A giant just came and arrived in your fort carrying a slab with the secrets of life and death on it. Well, that's glorious. Shout outs to that giant for bringing you such a valuable gift. Seeing new mushrooms popping up. And we want to farm out here is what I want to do. So what I'm going to begin doing, while I still have a chance, is I'm going to... no, actually, I don't want to use closest material. Cancel those two. Is we are going to begin... walling off the top of this. Actually, hold on. It's just those ramps right there. Oh, actually, we're going to cancel this. Now that I'm understanding. I'm actually going to turn the ramps diagrams on for a second just to make my life a little easier. Let's just get rid of these. We are going to... use that. Use that. Use that. Use that. We're going to place a floor there first. Not looking at chat for this exact moment, but just give me a second. I will get caught up in a moment. Is that? Is that? And we just have that one. And this only goes up by 1, meaning I can actually seal this off. We're also going to mine out all of this. All right. When you moved into your new place, you got from your in-laws, you got some new place, and there was a tablet of secrets, life, and death. Sounds way better. Yeah. Are those mushrooms counts as trees, and how do you replant them after you cut them? So they just grow back naturally. Like the tree spores are already in the ground, and just like actual mushrooms, like you don't need to go get the spores or anything. They're just already there, and you won't have any issues with that. I'm just gonna make a wood piece stockpile up here real quick because I have the space and I need to put them somewhere. How do you place wood floors? Why would you want to place wood floors? You're a dwarf. Not now. You go to constructibles and then you make floor and then select material after placement and select the wood you want to use. That's probably not bugged. But you need to make a... Well, I mean, if you have a broker, you could check your stocks. We're also up to midsummer already, and we're going to need to trade. So I'm going to jump up to the surface up here, and we're going to make a trade depot right there. And I'm going to make those other 2 hatches right here. Oh, did I really only make... Okay, fine. I'll believe you, dwarves. I believe you. Or was I? There we are. 20K active players again? Let me know if it goes above the peak yesterday. because like streamers are jumping in. I mean, Krug Smash is actually, or not Krug Smash. Co Carnage is streaming again today. Joel's streaming now. Quill's back online, so it's nice to see all the big guns back. Let's see if they actually drive sales up today, because like Co only played for like a few hours yesterday. Let's turn that off again. There was no achievement for it. Achievements are going to be added when Legends mode, or not when Legends, when Adventure mode gets added back in. For anybody who was wondering. Moon was really funny. He's a funny guy. Moon is a really funny guy. Let's do this. Is there physics control for constructions, as in very long bridges and wide areas and pillars? Are you asking her if there's structural integrity? Because the answer is no. There is no structural integrity that you need to worry about. All right. Also, hey, Peter. Hope you're doing well. Look at Diamond living large off of all that gremlin funding. What a guy. Audio, what up? I'm not gonna lie, the sound commands are more useful than ever now. Because we're actually at the point now where reading chat is difficult. Which, I love you guys for it. It's not the biggest stream? Nah, well, Co sells games, though. And I don't know this stream who's the biggest stream. Also, even Das Tactics getting views. It's actually really nice to see all of the old school DF people getting views. Like, I don't know. Das Tactics tutorials were some of the first tutorials I watched back in the day. How many demons have I killed? In this fort? In my last fort? Well, actually, my last fort in the last version, Stonewater, quite a lot of demons. We had ballistas killing demons. It was a good time. Also, for anybody wondering, these plants here, these sweet pods and pigtails and cave wheat are harvestable. I can just click this harvest plant button and go funk, and they will run around and harvest these. Yeah, it's nice. I was really happy when I heard that DOS Tactic got key early, actually. All right, let's do that. I barely know the guy, but it's nice to see him still around. Did I really construct floors there instead of walls? Yeah. I'm good at video games, chat. Why am I walling it off? Why? Okay, so we're in a dangerous area. We're in a cavern layer, which means forgotten beasts can spawn, trolls can spawn, troglodytes can spawn, random giant critters can spawn, and currently there is also giant cave spiders can spawn. We also have an army of amphibian spear people, which are down in this corner here. They look like fucking crazy frog. That's fantastic. We have amphibian armies here that will eventually get pissed off at our presence and will try and claim their territory back. And yes, they are effective. And yes, they have poison. And yes, those are dead bodies of the critters that they've killed earlier. They are kind of adorable, aren't they? What the fuck? I haven't seen this sprite before. Yes, cool. Yes, perfect. So these guys, like, as cute as they might be, they are skilled blowgunners, and they have bronze blowguns, which have poison darts, which are deadly. So as we're building, if I don't build these walls, what's going to happen is eventually they're going to start to realize that we're here, and they're going to get agitated, and they're going to come and kill me. So we are going to wall it off. Can I protect against poison? I mean, if you get them into a hospital really quick, but I have 7 dwarves, and none of them are skilled doctors. So we're playing it safe, and we are putting up walls. Also, apparently I totally forgot to slaughter my water buffalo, so I just have a dead water buffalo now. Oops. Oh, well. Let's just make a refuse stockpile up here, and we'll worry about it later. Corpses and... Oh, why can't I just make it both? You dum-dum. Holding shift and hitting the other one used to just make both, but there you go. So we are going to wall off this plateau so that we can have a nice farming area, basically. Actually, you know what? Instead of... I'm going to be a little... I'm going to take a little bit more time with this, but make it a little nicer. We're going to fill in this spot right here with flooring instead of, like, walling this corner off. I will wall this off, though. I mean, yeah, a trained military could just completely annihilate those guys, but my dwarves are neither trained nor do we have military, so... What tool is it looking for, this one? So that was not a Kit Fox sales estimate. That sales estimate, Gus, that you're referring to, was some random business analyst guy who wants to be a games journalist person, who is well known for just kind of being a salty individual who likes to annoy people, who has openly said mean things about Kit Fox in the past, posting an article that then Kit Fox pointed a spotlight at and said, yeah, this is possible. So that wasn't what I would describe as the most legitimate analysis, and it made some waves initially. But like, I would go so far as to say it was like somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about, who is really mean to you when you say that they don't know what they're talking about. Like, my immediate response when I saw that was like, that's wrong. Do you ever explore more of the map and make multiple forts over adjoined areas? So like, you can't run multiple forts concurrently, but yeah, I've like my last major world, which like if you go to my YouTube channel and scroll down, there's a whole series called like the Crimson Pulley and another series called the Rim of Savants. All of those are like just the same faction in the same world over multiple forts. Sounds like your brother. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Some people are just salt miners and they like to annoy people. Let's just get a carpenter's workshop built real quick. Can I? Okay, I was wondering if I could just plop them on the stockpile. Well, what it would look like in this version? I mean, I'll build new forts eventually. Because you guys remember the glass towers. Those were glorious. How do you make Mine Dwarf go hunting? Hit Y, select the dwarf, and then give them the... Where is it? Hunter's job. And then you need to make sure that you have quivers, crossbows, and crossbow bolts. And then they will go hunt. Why have a door and a drawbridge? Because that's how you keep doors defended. Because doors can be knocked down, drawbridges can't. It's an effective turtling method. If you're not building drawbridges in front of your doors, what are you even doing? It just means that I've played this game before, is what it means. And why I built it. Why not just a drawbridge? Because I can lock the door separately. So say there's something big and scary running at me, I can lock the door and then go, oh, well, it's still coming at me, and it's like actually big and scary, and it definitely can knock down walls. Then I will do that. Basically, it's like it's a temporary stopgap in case shit's going bad. I don't really, I mean, yes, but do I use drawbridges as a primary defense? Absolutely not. It's like, I'm like, that's kind of the equivalent of just typing in die in Age of Empires, like that you're not playing the game anymore. So have I flung them? Absolutely. Do I use them as part of defenses? Absolutely. Is it the only defense? No. Not even close. How are we doing with those amphibian idiots? Amphibians? That's what we're going to call them. That's the wrong. They're still just hostile. Okay. Need to get these walls done. I don't play Dwarf Fortress like that. Chaotic Chicken because I don't find that fun. See, like, when people are just like, do you play with challenges? I play Dwarf Fortress in ways that I find enjoyable, and I've never found that kind of play enjoyable. Because all that would end up happening is you're just going to have, like, a weird cacophony of nightmarish drawbridge setups, and it's like, no, that's not fun. No thanks. I'm not that kind of person. I play Dwarf Fortress. I play Dwarf Fortress like single player D&D, where I'm the DM and the dwarves are my players. What died? Water buffalo still. Oh, did I not remove that? Yeah, I guess I did that. I play Dwarf Fort. Oh shit, we got some migrants. But yeah, I play Dwarf Fortress like a single player D&D, and you can play it exactly the way you want to. Equals Dwarf X launch. Troll plus lava equals beautiful spray of turquoise blood. So what I'm going to do... You know what? Get all this wood hauled. So what I'm going to do... We're going to go haulers. Let's just go... Nobody does this. 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 And nobody does this. I just want to get all of the wood hauled inside. On thinner? Nope. I'm building them on the side of the walls. Or on the side of this cliff face. And they're also attached to the ceiling. What's stone cutting? It's how you make bricks. I've discovered a deep pit. That is a deep pit. All right, looks like they finally got the... Did I ever make another hatch? No, I didn't. Okay. Finally got the Trader Depot done. Trade Depot done? Oh, no, Spider Alert? Where? Spider Alert? What spider? No, Mason. So Mason was like the wrong name, like the historically incorrect word to use for that. So they removed it from the game because apparently it's been bothering Tarn for ages. So if they wanted to remove it, they removed it, which is what they did. We're just waiting for the dwarves to haul all of this wood inside. Exactly, Tolis, I agree. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress, Tilted Turtle. Things get fixed, removed, and changed, and they still exist in the game in some weird way. No, absolutely, Juno. Absolutely. Just gonna cancel that one. Go around the edge. I'm starting to feel like we have limited time here. Get all this crap inside. And we can start making beds. Or start actually building our beds, rather. Leave that on repeat. It's not that kind of game, Little. It's not that kind of game. Not everything needs a priority. Assign jobs as needed where they're needed. You have enough dwarves that you can just have specialized dwarves that just do that one thing. Especially considering that's basically what kids are for in Dwarf Fort now. Kids can haul and clean. So get more kids in your fort. Or just simply have some specialized dwarves that all they do is haul. You don't need hauling. You don't need specific priorities when you have 200 dwarves. You only need specific priorities when you only have like 6. So like it makes sense in a game like RimWorld or a game like I don't know, Space Haven, or a game like The Sims, where you only have like 6 people, or 12 people, or 14 people. But in Dwarf Fortress, if you're playing well, you will very quickly... Did I really, like, just straight up not slaughter any of my... I like how I just, like, I was like, I'm going to build this and slaughter them, and just didn't. Smart. Watched a lot of my tutorial videos yesterday. No problem. I'm glad you liked them. Don't need to watch yesterday's VOD. You can skip yesterday's VOD. Yesterday's VOD was a lot of me bashing my face against the, like, new UI. Because I'm still... I know, like, I might seem like I know what I'm doing. This is all, like, fucking Greek to me. Like, I'm playing a new video game. Like, yes, I've got thousands of hours in older versions of Dwarf Fortress, but those were older versions. That's a different video game. That, like, under the hood, mechanically, it's still the same, but it's a different video game. Speaking of YouTube, I just want to say fucking thank you because I refreshed my YouTube channel for the first time in 30 minutes and got 100 subscribers on YouTube. That's wild. The largest population I've had in a fortress. So the cap is 200 or 220, and I've had 220, right? Yes, same, cool. The cap is 220, and I've had 220. You don't really want to set it more than that for a couple of reasons. The main one being frame rate. But there was a fort that I did relatively recently, which I'm blanking on the name of right now, which I actually have a clip of, where I was just like, fuck it. And I set enemy sieges to 800 instead of 250. And I got sieges of 800. So there was like 1,000 plus entities on the map. And in the older version, the game ran at like 8 frames a second. Yes, I'm the YouTuber blind. That me. Am I planning on touching the military and defense part of the fortress? I don't consider that to be beginner shit, and I'll be honest, I haven't wrapped my brain around the new UI enough to make a tutorial that would be, like, legitimate. So, sure, when I get there. Been at this for years. It's kind of neat to see all these people jumping into the RimWorld directory right now and doing decent, and then there's me where I'm just like, it's been only me here for the past 5 years. It's like, that's not totally true. There was at least like half a dozen of us that were active for that period of time, but let's unpause the game. I was just trying to get caught up on chat a little bit. Like, legit, it's for anybody who's been around this channel for a while will know it's like, yeah, I've been here for... Like, I've been the only person streaming Dwarf Fortress for a very, 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 very long time. We're going to need to reassign jobs properly again in a moment, but for right now, this is fine. You actually get removed. We're going to replace you with a floor because that would just make more sense. 2 tiles instead of 1, which is fine. I can delete one of them. That. And then seal that off. And we can put jobs back. I mean, you knew that, Ozone. Come on, you've been here for a while. I was here the whole time. What took you so long? Yeah, it's pretty much that. It's been 17 years. I do stream other things, though. Like, there's been, like, months where I've just, like, dipped out and done other things, but it's pretty rare. Okay, looks like most of our stockpiles are getting filled up with wood. I just want that one to be full. And then we're going to finish. We're going to put jobs back to normal, and then we're going to seal everything else off. You build walls on open space. So this is an open space, right? This... right here is an open space. And you want to know why? One layer above is a ceiling, for one thing. But if you build right on the edge like this, that's not open space. That's building an overhang. That's not open space. That's connected to the wall like this. That's not open space. One tile over would be open space, and it'll fall. But even here, one tile over would still be connected to the ceiling. So it's not open space. Maybe like this is open space, and you can't build there. If you can't see the info at the top of the screen, you have a high resolution monitor most likely, and you need to manually set your resolution in the settings menu. You need to remember that as nice as the game looks now, this is still a game from 2002. So, like, that's when this game began its design. So you need to realize that certain things are like jank and old-fashioned, and you need to operate within them. And one of those things is the game does not detect your monitor's resolution. So you need to adjust your resolution. If you don't see the stuff, if there's no UI up there, like if you can't see the moon, if none of that UI is showing, you need to adjust your UI size. The yellow tiles are open air. Like this stuff is dirt, right? This is clay fungus with dirt underneath it. This is all open space right here. So this is now the main layer. This is now the main layer. This is the layer below, and down, all the way down to this little canyon thing. Where are the... Oh, fuck is that? I have a goat? Okay. Apparently I have a goat. Let's make an animal zone real quick. Let's pass through the animals that I have, because I don't even... Apparently our recent migrant wave brought some livestock, so let's just... What did you bring? Apparently we have a goat. All right, goaty, you go there. We'll call you Nick Latifi. Anybody in chat who gets that joke gets like a I don't know, invisible brownie point from me. You just had a massive cave on Embark and you have no idea where it came from. Welcome to Dwarf Fort. Go Tifi no more. Yeah. There is a room on my Discord, ! Discord, which is specifically for talking about F1 shit. It's called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zoom. So if there's any other F1 fans out there, maybe we can actually do a fantasy league this year if we get enough people. All right, let's cancel that one for right now. We'll replace it in a minute. Good morning, Deep. How's things? How are you liking this version, by the way? I don't think I've gotten the opportunity to actually talk with people because yesterday was bananas. Today's a little calmer, but it's still kind of bananas. There's check these dudes out if you haven't seen these yet. We got a bunch of amphibian people. They look like Crazy Frog. They're like Crazy Frog on acid. I kind of love them. They're also, this one's seriously injured and stressed too. They're like Crazy Frog if someone just like, I don't know, made them into the American Psycho. They're kind of phenomenal. Also, fun fact about my Discord, just random bullshit though, is my Discord was in the first 10,000 Discords because it was a private Discord in the Discord beta, and when I first made Discord, I had to explain to people what Discord was. God, there's so much death right there. These little psychos. Murderers. Missing a couple things, but it's pretty nice. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. Love the new squad screen. Are y'all crashing when you're trying to assign a dwarf to a workshop? I'm hearing a lot of people talk about that crash. I haven't had it happen, but I also haven't tried to assign a specific dwarf to a workshop though, because I use the over manager generally. And now I'm kind of scared too, to be honest. If you're getting bugs, like bugs that are like an issue, join this Discord, go to KitFox Games Discord, and go to the bugs room, the DF bugs room, and go report it. And they'll get to it. The over manager, yeah, the work orders screen. This screen. I haven't set it up yet, but we'll be setting it up once I get these walls sealed off. Does the game autosave? I don't think by default. I think by default it's yearly. I have it set to seasonally autosave. Although, as Tarn says, the saves can get quite large, meaning they might get up to like 100 megabytes, okay? Like, big saves, guys. Is it semi-annually? What, like, every other year? Ooh. Just wanted to drop by and say how much fun you're having with DF. Thanks for the great streams and vids. Cheers, dude. Have fun, Mad Matt. Do walls need to touch ceiling to be effective? No. Although, you might want to overhang them if you don't want things climbing over them, because a lot of things can climb quite effectively. We're just waiting for this stockpile to be full, if anybody's wondering what we're doing. So had a camel starve to death here and this buffalo, right? My peacock is afraid after experiencing trauma. Thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers, Deep. What's up, man? This poor peacock. This poor peacock. Oh, no. Even I'm not immune to oopsies. That's fucking funny. Where is this button that I'm looking for? Stockpiles, workshops. Nope. Creatures, livestock, farms, planning. I'm looking for a specific menu that I have not remembered specifically where it is just yet. Refuse and dumping. Understanding orders. There it is. Gather outdoor refuse. Gather war vermin remains. Gather refuse. Gather corpses. Okay. Although, we're just hauling wood right now. How do I keep track of all of the dwarves when you gotta watch all the elevations? You don't. You know how they say losing is fun and shit just randomly dies? What's the point? What are we fighting with? Giant Olm? I had a kid in the fort who apparently got into a fight and appears to have won, actually. Dwarven child stands up. Where is this kid? Appears to have won. Also, Donnie, thanks for the prime. Cheers. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Yeah, no, kiddo won. Also, by the way, if you're wondering why kids look like adults, it's because they are working on getting child and baby sprites in, but they're not done yet. So it got cut for the initial release. All right, so let's just get this area set into our burrow. Turn the burrow on. So the dwarves quit going out because shit's getting hairy again and we need to get stuff constructed. We're going to put jobs back to normal in a sec. Also, this shit's a banger. This was the first track that they released from the soundtrack because it was in the very, very, very original announcement trailer that they did. All right. Did I not click accept? No, you don't need to. Cool. You're reading the DF update on... Also, hey, Nuke, what up? Baby sprites? You like giant beards on 1-year-olds? I would assume that they'd be wrapped in their beard. Also, if you guys want more Dwarf Fort content, go check out Nuke. Nuke's good people. Reading the latest update on Steam, and so happy to say they flat out called this $30 an absolutely fair price. So many people were just whining about the price, and it's just really annoyed the shit out of you. What? That? Wait, where were you reading what? I mean, if anybody genuinely believes that $30 is an unfair price for this, just wait for like a week or two until Classic comes out and play that. It'll be fine. Unchika, thanks for the prime. Cheers. Huge shoutouts once again to Deep for the 5-pack of subs. It's unfair. It should be more. I mean, no, it shouldn't. Go to their website and donate money. If you want to give them more money, you can do that. They still have a PayPal where you can... This game is still crowdfunded. All right, so let's turn that burrow on. Unpause it. And assign everybody to it. Don't get items from outside once this is done. And then I need to go into jobs and say only selected do this, only selected do this, only selected do this. Let's give the Boyer hunting. Do I want to have selected farm? Yeah, I do. Cheesemaker and Gelder and Brewer. Fisher Dwarves only selected. Plant gatherers. Everybody does this. Stone cutters. Everybody does this. Engravers, everybody does this. Haulers, everybody does this. Orderlies, everybody does this. All right. Let's just take a real quick look at chat. Easily worth the money when you... Aquasar, thanks for the 5 subs. $40 for a game that you've been playing since 2007 is a meager price. Yeah, no, I agree. What's the burrow for? It locks all the dwarves in this area so that they don't expand out so that I can seal it in without accidentally locking a dwarf off in the tavern somewhere. Balance the content and you just need to get through Christmas. Oh, absolutely. Totally. But Aqua, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers. Aqua's a lovely person. Lovely, lovely person. For anybody who doesn't know, I normally have a sub counter up, but I have it off for a multitude of reasons. But we are crashing towards or above. 2 days ago, we were at just under 600 subs. We're at 928 right now. Spitalia, thanks for chucking out a gift sub, which I think our all-time peak was like 1,100, which is incredible. How do you see all your resources at the top of the screen? If you have a large resolution monitor and stuff's not showing, you need to set your resolution manually. It's a bug in the game. You've played RimWorld for 300 hours. This game looks lovely. What would you say is the major difference? It's world generation. Ignore chat about Z levels. Z levels are cool, but no, it's world generation. RimWorld gives you a map with a bunch of locations that are all pretty similar that don't really differentiate each other too much. Like, yeah, there's differences in names, and people have names, and people have previous families and whatnot in history, but Dwarf Fortress generates you hundreds of years of history, and every single character, or the vast majority of the living entities in the world, you can go and read their entire histories, and it has, like, Crusader Kings level, if not way beyond Crusader Kings level of, like, family drama and bullshit that you can uncover and find. So RimWorld is like a more of a strategy game, like more of a like base defense strategy game with some like story generation. Dwarf Fortress is a story simulator. That is completely like if you've ever played RimWorld and you've gone, man, I used to really like this strategy. I wish that they didn't nerf it. Dwarf Fortress just allows you to use that strategy because the point of Dwarf Fortress is to tell cool stories, not to like play a min-maxing management game. You can play it like a min-maxing management game, but this is like a story history generator. And RimWorld wouldn't exist without this game. So. But I don't really... you know what? Let's just... Need a command for the resolution thing? I don't know what I would call it or what information I would even put there. Also, mods, check mod chat. Just for a second. And Arcalike, what's up? Hello. Thank you very much for gifting a sub. All right, so let's make a command for that. Like, let's make it ! Top bar. That's not a bad request. And it's up to you guys, chat, to like assist people with it. Top bar and description. No restrictions. Effects. Add new text element. Text. Chat. Show text. Send a chat message is what your effect is. Select. There is a known bug with high res hides some parts of the UI. You need to adjust it manually or play in windowed mode. I think that fixes it. All right, there you go. ! Top bar. Thank you for watching them, Alias Art. Appreciate you. We know how many copies have sold? I think they've posted over 160,000, but I'd be willing to bet $1 that they've sold over 100,000 at this point. All right, let's unpause the game and get back to constructing. So we are going to seal off the rest of this. We will dig down and sneak back out into it at some point, but for right now, we are just going to seal this off. And chat room, thank you very much for the hype train of 14 subs. You guys are extremely kind. And Last Gunslinger, cheers. +1 is you just bought it. Well, awesome. Also, for reference, if you guys haven't seen the stuff that I've done in the past, I've got a series or a playlist actually called Bay 12 Talks, where I just hang out with Zach and Tarn Adams on stream and we talk about Dwarf Fortress related things. So if you want a whole bunch of dev Q&A style interviews about this game, I have like over 12 hours probably of a playlist of that at this point. Yeah, there is Dwarf AI. I think it's called Dwarf AI actually. There is a like thing that you can install that will make Dwarf Fortress literally play itself if you want to have like a weird anthill on your computer. There used to be a stream of it, but literally nobody watched it, so they eventually took it down. I think that one of my mods kind of wants to make the Gremlin for Mayor countdown stream that we had for a while into one of those, but we'll see. You think that that DF would have a higher scale to review rate, though? Higher sale to review rate, though, if it didn't... What do you mean, higher if it didn't have such a committed community? Or you think it would or it wouldn't? All right, we are getting close to done with all this. Okay, are all of the down ramps sealed off? I think all the down ramps are sealed off, which means I should be able to just turn off the burrow now. Oh, I mean, like, my review is literally just, it's cool and I like it, right? There's still things stuck down here. There's still dwarves stuck. Man. That's what I wanted to not happen. All right, let's deconstruct this wall. So that stupid cat down there and those... Oh, actually, never mind. I see where they're getting up. I see the... I'm understanding the problem here. I missed a tile. I missed a tile, literally. All right, so that's fine. Let's turn this burrow back on. Get everybody inside. Everybody. Even the cat. There you go. All right. And now we're going to seal off this tile. And I can unforbid this. And then we should be safe-ish until we get this sealed off, and then we'll be safe for now. Although there's still threats from the surface, but that's fine. There will always be threats. Once we actually have military, then we'll clear out and secure the caverns, though. Number 2 top sellers? Is that, like, below Counter-Strike? Or a free-to-play game? Or is it, like, number 2 overall? I'm gonna go check. See where it's at, actually. Because I think it's still global top sold. Yeah, it's still global top sold game. I don't show... I don't count free-to-play stuff. Or the Steam Deck, really. Because that's hardware, but... I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Dwarf Fortress is the killer app for the Steam Deck. According to me, on my screen, it's still outselling the Steam Deck, actually. But this game, considering how well it runs on Steam Deck, is kind of the killer app for Steam Deck as far as I'm concerned. There we go. Okay, sweet. So now I should be able to remove the burrow. All right, let's go down here. Run these blocks. Run these. Don't think I have enough. I don't. But we can start farming. So I'm going to make a seed stockpile, and we're going to kill this seed stockpile. So let's get rid of this one. That seed stockpile over here. And Spinwire, thanks for the prime. JJ. Anyone using any mods yet? I mean, there's a bunch. Go nuts. I mean, I'm still trying to just, like, completely relearn this UI, so I will start using some quality of life mods. Like that, Like, I'm one of those people who believes that Dwarf Fortress kind of has enough content just in its vanilla state. Like, I don't really need to add more stuff. But there's fucker. Still a dwarf stuck down there. God damn it! Okay. Let's do this way. Let's dig a stairway down to here. And I will make a hatch cover. And you're going to do it now. Grumble. I mean, naturally. Although I wouldn't even consider women have beards to be a mod because it's literally like a setting change. Like you can go change one character in your TXT stuff to fix that if you want that. How do you know where the magma needs to be to service a magma shop? It needs to be one tile below. So you need to be building the magma shop one layer above. Basically, build flooring over top of a magma spout and then dig a hole down into it in the middle and plop it on top there. There's always one, right? Ozone, there's always one. We are crawling back to yesterday's player peak. I really hope we surpass it today. Doesn't it need to be a specific tile? Nope. As long as it's green and it's built, it'll work. Durand. It like won't let you build it if it's the wrong tile. Although I don't know if this has been changed. At least in the previous versions, there was certain types of workshops that if you built them directly over top of, if you built them directly over top of a, why am I blanking on this? I'm trying to do too many things at once. If you built them exactly over in the wrong spot over top, like magma crabs could come up and out of them. But I'm not gonna spoil that. But that's fun. What the fuck? Why would I do that? I'm not going to tell you exactly how to avoid all threats. Where's the fun in that? All right, so do we have all these dwarves in here yet? Are you, kiddo, going to get back in there? There you go, you big dummy. Okay, cool. I'm just still trying to use old hotkeys, God damn it. Have you made that hatch cover yet? 17 years later. What menu has the farm plot been? We are watching at work. Constructions, workshops, farming. Farming is considered a workshop now. We no longer have like the plots menu. Oh, well, we do, but that's for like crime plots. That's a different kind of plot. How do you use the messenger? Yeah, you assign a messenger and then you use it in the overworld. You would use the messenger to request merchants from hillixes that live around you. So this is us. Apparently, wait, are we at war with our own faction? Beg your fucking pardon? We're part of the Ivory Seal of Blazing. Oh, interesting. So there is a civilization called the Natural Mountains, which is another dwarven civilization, which is around us, that we're at war with. Huh. Well, that's curious. And we're allied with the elves. Well, interesting. No, it's not a civil war. No, so the blue ones are our faction. The red ones are not our faction. I just assumed this was all the same faction, but no, it's not. Well, that's fun. Cool. We get to fight with dwarves. I mean, that's great. They bring gear that we can use. I see no problems here. Yeah, you can take over settlements. Are we the baddies? I don't know. Are we? I would think not. We're us. We can't be the baddies. It's okay. Playing a cursed fort is totally an acceptable format of gameplay. If I managed to... I haven't picked a fight with anybody because I haven't lived long enough. Alright, so that's now forbidden. So now I have a... Oh, also, fun fact. That's a hatch, right? Hatches can't be toppled from underneath. Meaning, building destroyers that spawn in this map can't get up through that hatch because it's sealed. So now we have a little stairway down into there. No, I'm enemies with a dwarven faction, and I'm allies with a elven faction. Not all elves. right? Like that's the way this game works. It's not every single elf in the world that we're allied with, just that one specific group. And we're not at war with all dwarves, we're at war with that one specific dwarven group, right? It's just how this game works, right? Well, here's the thing, right? One of the reasons why factions can ally in World Generation, which is what happened here, one of the reasons factions ally is because an unstoppable threat happened in World Gen, which usually either means some massive mega beast or some titan or some great terror from the deep or somebody dug too deeply or something else equally horrific happened. So because of this, if we're allied with that elven group, it probably means that we dug too deep or some sort of evil monster was going to wipe us out and they came to our aid. So we probably owe them, frankly. Also, chat, you guys have been behaving yourselves and chat's been readable. So I'm going to turn slow mode off again. I'm just going to be turning it on and off like as chat becomes readable and as it stops being readable and vice versa. So you guys are free for a little bit. Enjoy your freedom. This is now a dormitory. Hey, we have traders. Although it is a grim reminder of the hardships to come, a supply caravan from the Ivory Seal of Blazing is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants might offer very well may be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow, meaningless death. Glorious. Congratulations to the generous. All right, so they can't carry a lot of weight, and I have, like, nothing to sell them. But there are gems, like, right there. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to make a workshop, and we're going to make a jeweler shop. Righty. And you, because I never actually made you into anything, we're going to make you into a seeds workshop. And then right next to that, I'm going to make a, because I was just talking about this, farm plot. It's a bad place for it because there's a goat there and I don't really want the goat eating it. Sorry, Latifi. That's way too big. That'll be plenty. That'll be plenty. We'll make 2 though. I'll make 1 there. I'll make 1 there. Dwarf Fortress is very dramatic. You're having trouble attracting migrants in your first 2 forts? Oh yeah, it's way more difficult to attract migrants now. You need to trade a lot more wealth, and it's way harder to trade a lot more wealth. All right, so is that jeweler's shop done? Yes, it is. Cut gems. Repeat. And I don't even have a broker set up yet. So we have this Mason who is a expert negotiator and persuader. You also have a master judge of intent. That's pretty cool. All right. Look at a thing and say, you know what, broker? Where are you? There you are. You're going to be deep. For deep space. Cheers, man, for making a better underground river than I did. All right, so we are placing seeds up there. And we've got this bone carver over here. Who's cutting some gems for us. Dwarves appear to be taking turns cutting gems. New button. Yeah, new button. I see the new button. I'm just waiting for a sec. I want to make some gems first. Can you set uniforms? For military, yeah. Not for your fortress, not for your civilians. The civilians wear what they want to wear. I don't care about no damn uniforms. So, chat, I'm curious about what you think aesthetically. Should I put the tavern in here, inside the wall, like where my camera is, like back here? Or should I put the tavern, like, up here in this thing? Because I'm thinking up here in this thing would be pretty cool, because we could have, like, this outdoor farming section. We could have, like, then this lovely tavern up here. We could maybe build a bridge over top of this, back into here, and then put bedrooms over here, and then do bedrooms kind of on this side. When do you need to start getting military? When you start getting attacked. Or like, in this particular map, not right now. Because we're pretty safe currently. But when you have enough dwarves to assign dwarves to a military and you have stuff to make weapons. I haven't found any metals yet because we have rare minerals, so we need to dig deeper. Or rather, I haven't found iron yet. So you guys think like up here in this? So I was thinking about doing kind of like a 2-layer thing. We could like dig out the top. We could also dig out the top up here and put like bedrooms up top too. Could be pretty bad. Pretty badass. Nobles are like important members of dwarven society. You should respect them. Nobody wants to be a noble. Some people have to be nobles. The expedition leader, Aquafunk, meets with the elf outpost liaison, Cole Oshintikurud. And they say, I am merely Azen from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Our faction has an elven liaison. I'm understanding now why the other dwarves are at war with us. That's very funny. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm going to request iron bars, and I'm going to request anvils. Does this elf have a beard? Actually, that's a really good question. Hold on. We need to look that up. And they say that they need quivers and armor. Noted. Outpost liaison, where art thou? No, does not have a beard, but is lady. So maybe would if wasn't lady. She's always tense and jittery, and she's very friendly and always tries to say nice things. She is quite polite, and she is troubled by this, since by this natural tendency in herself, since she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered, and often feels lustful, and she tends to hang on to grievances, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she is curious and eager to learn. Only occasionally overindulges. Seems like a fine elf. Values. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Very dwarfy. You very rarely see elves that dream of crafting a masterwork. Personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. And just like others in her culture, she holds craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks. She has a great respect for the law and has a great deal of respect. She greatly prizes loyalty, and I find this text to be harder to read than the old text, believe it or not. She sees friendship as one of the finer things in life and believes that honesty is a high ideal. She greatly respects artists and their works, and she really respects those that take the time to master a skill. This is a dwarf. This is a dwarven description. This isn't an elf description. She respects those that work hard at their labors and respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, and finds merrymaking and partying and worthwhile activities. How old are you? 300. Okay, so older than the world. That's interesting. She's an elf who has a dwarven description. Yeah. Which is cool. I've seen goblins like this. I've seen elves like this. I've seen trolls like this. Deity in disguise. So the way World Gen works, World Gen is the beginning of history, not the beginning of the world, right? So humans as a species on Earth existed before we started writing our history, right? That's what this is. So this is somebody who's older than the writing of history, the cataloging of history. So no, she isn't a god. But actually, she's a peddler, which is kind of funny. God, I love this song so much. What's the best FPS to use? How fast do you want your fort to run? The game speed is tied to your frame rate. So if you set your frames to like 16,000 frames a second, you'll go through a whole season in a second. Could you explain the symbols around the items in the trade menu? You assume it's item rarity? It's quality. Quality. And some of them mean like engravings and such. But I can do my best to give you kind of an overview. Like, let's see. Where's the button I want? I want to see like the actual description. But basically, like, the little symbols next to them are different quality levels. There is like a thing on the wiki that straight up just says what they are, and I'm not the best at remembering these things, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's quality. If you go to the wiki and just, I think it's quality is the name of it. Let me see if I can find that page. Actually, I'm curious about how much the wiki's been updated at this point. Can you fill a spot you've dug through? Yep, with walls. Ah, here it is. Item name is well crafted, so if it's got 2 hyphens, it's well crafted. Finely crafted is pluses. Superior quality is little asterisks. The little 3 lines is exceptional. Stars are masterwork, and if it's a unique name, it's an artifact. And then if it has these little doohickeys on the side, it's a decorated object with various decorations. Wait, what buttons, Rovan? But there's the item quality menu. The slaughter buttons? Wait, hold on a second. Are you slaughtering things from within a different menu by mistake? Because that's terrifying. But also kind of amazing. Oh, how to designate animals for slaughter. I mean, I can show you where it is. Pets and livestock. It's this button. All right, so let's bring trade goods. Cut gems. Okay, so cut gems, good trades. So gems used to be almost worthless. But looks like gems are actually worth selling now. Look at that. Fucking hell. There's been a whole, like, economy redo. You have bees on your map? I've had bees on almost every map I've done, I think. So once we get this trading done, and we're going to request a broker. Once we get this trading done, and once we get the farming done in the basement, we're going to take some of those blocks and we're going to start building a castle out here. Or at least, like, a thing for us to hide around. Concision? Is that how you say that? Concision? Concision? Thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Jack, can I get a couple beers for that Prime sub? We need to keep up that habit. This is like the law. If somebody subs to the channel, you have to post beers. So mugs are worthless. They've always been worthless, and they will continue to be worthless. Also, the more of a thing you trade, the more the value of the thing goes down. Also, I'm a big fan that they brought me medals immediately. I'm just going to grab me a metal bar. Grab a silver bar. 50. They brought me a kiwi bone azurza, whatever that is. I love the different icons for the musical instruments. That's awesome. Big fan of that. We got beer, milk, beer, milk, beer, and a tunnel too. I'm just going to grab those barrels because, like, having more barrels when, like, we're already limited on metal is good. Grab that battle axe. Got plenty of money left. Just going to hide my camera so you guys can see all the numbers. Copper warhammers, those suck. Another pick. 21K people. Let me know when they hit a new peak. Like when they surpass yesterday's numbers. Yeah, I haven't seen any barrels of blood, which makes me kind of sad, but no more barrels of gremlin tears, unfortunately. Took you a while to understand that the traders want crazy profit. 30%, but they don't want crazy profit. Here's the thing. They only want 30% profit because your dwarves suck at trading. Eventually, you can get it down to about 10% as your dwarves get better at trading. You have to deconstruct it with the deconstruct button, which is the little stairs with the crossy through it. You can't dig through it in regards to digging through your wall. You had to give him 100%. That you clicked, you're doing it wrong. Hate to break it to you. Philaris, thanks for the 35th month. Welcome back. Check, can I get a couple beers? Like, I hate to break it to you, but you're just straight up doing it wrong. All right, let's... And then we're going to trade. Sweet. I do have a tutorial on trading on my YouTube channel, which I feel weird saying that. It's like, go watch my YouTube channel. But it's like, I do. And Baglet, thanks for the Prime sub as well. Cheers. You know, it's something I keep getting on my YouTube channel. I just glanced at it again. Keep getting comments going, oh my god, it's out! Like, there's still a lot of people that have to buy this game. Traders have a weight limit too, right? Yes. So there's a little number that states the weight limit, and if you hit their weight limit, they straight up just like can't buy it from you. It doesn't matter. Potentially, but I would still consider that doing something wrong. Nice quiz, Nyquist. Like I said, I would still consider that doing something wrong. Like, previous statement still stands, I guess. And also, like, the initial caravans are, like, weak as hell now because they need to, words. Initial caravans are weak as hell now because they don't bring wagons initially now. They used to bring wagons with their first caravan. Now they no longer bring wagons. Bedrooms need booze, food, room and board, and a place to sleep. That's how you keep dwarves happy. If you can give them those things and there isn't dead bodies everywhere, they'll generally be pretty kind of okay. Why, man? I like how, I like use closest material for constructing furniture in a lot of cases, but for floors, I never want that. It's just like, man, really wish that wasn't the default there, but oh well.
13 months of dwarf.
Hey, last argument first. Welcome back. 13 months of dwarf, except now the chat's really busy right now. Which is nice. Bed, booze, food. Basically, dwarves need beans, bacon, whiskey, and lard. I got you 4 basic food groups. Beans, bacon, whiskey, and lard. Anyway, so this is going to be for...
waiting for pizza to finish cooking, then I'm going to follow your tutorial, let's play, and relearn Dwarf Fortress.
According to Steam, you already have 7 hours in the game, so you seem to be doing something right. We're going to set up our plump helmet farms. Just for reference, cave wheat, used for making flour, and can be brewed. Dimple cups are used for dyeing clothes. Pigtails can be made into cloth and also alcohol. Plump helmets can be made into alcohol and food. Quarry bushes are, I forget. They're for brewing, I think. I think you can brew those. I almost never do quarry bushes. And then sweet pods are for making sugar. Are they oil? So are quarry bushes oil? Quarry bushes are oil, right?
Do you have any tip for setting defenses on your fortress? I lost 2 fortress to undeads. They basically waltzed in and killed everyone.
Yeah, so if you're new to the game, don't settle close to towers. Towers, if you see tower on neighbors, that's where undeads come from. My advice to you is if you're new and you made your first fortress and undead showed up and killed everybody, settle further away from them. Make sure they're not your neighbors, and then they won't attack you. That's my advice. Learn everything else before you worry about defenses. Yeah, that's why it's like an ingredient. It's an added ingredient for food. For query bushes. Did I make these into walls? I did. Oh well, whatever. Let's just we'll leave those walls. We'll just remove the ones on the inside. Ricochet, thanks for the Prime sub. Any plans for a dump tutorial? You go to the bathroom. Yeah, you drop pants and so sure. I mean, I didn't realize that would be something that people would actually want. Yeah, I could do one. Easy. All right, that's enough internet for one day, says Audio. you have a solid day at work. Hopefully, work's been improving. Can't find a cavern? You may have missed it. You may have missed it. Like, you see how there's like all these big chunks like this? You may have just like your stairs may have literally just gone like right through one of these, right? Also, so I was literally about to talk about that. Plump helmets, fun thing. If you're like, why do I have no plump helmet seeds anymore? Or no more plump helmet spawn? Where do they all go? Also, I need to remove barrels from this. If you're suddenly going, where did all my plump helmet seeds go? What the fuck? You're probably cooking them. If you go into the kitchen menu, which is a menu that I always forget where they put it. Not that, it's not that, it's not that. It's not that. It's definitely not justice. It's under labor's kitchen. Go to plump helmets and click this button. Just always do that. Always, just don't even ask questions. Just always click that button. Because when they cook plump helmets, they cook the spawn along with it, and you can't make more plump helmets out of it. If you brew plump helmets, you get the seeds out of it, and if they eat them raw, they get the seeds out of it. It's never been default, and it never will be default. So always do that. That should be like the first thing that you do. We're gonna go over to workshops. We're gonna go to farming. I'm gonna throw some nest boxes over here. Oh wait, I have to make those first. Actually, no. Let's do this. Let's just go to furniture. Actually, fuck it. Let's just do this. Smooth one tile real quick. I think that disable cooking drinks is on by default. I thought that was on by default. Maybe I just turned it on so many times. Oh, yeah. No, it's not. Huh. Just disable one of them. Also, like, wild plants do grow. So you, like, say I'm out of dimple cups, I could just go harvest these wild dimple cups. You got slaughtered by a Harda? Really? Man, that reminds me of the giant alligator snapping turtles I had once. I jumped into a stream, actually, and they were just starting an embark, and they were looking at the unit screen, and they're like, giant alligator snapping turtles. Are those dangerous? And I was like, I think it's time for me to leave this stream. That's not going to end well. So we're going to make our bookkeeper and manager now. Because to hell with manually designating jobs. I'm assuming it's still the same way. Sup, Chingus? Or is it Sigus? Cygnus? Question mark? Yeah, I don't think I think I can think of maybe one or two times in the past where I've actually seen somebody do that. Are you playing make-believe where I'm going to build that chair? Chair's built. Dwarves immediately like, I play here. If I fits, I sits. All right, so nobles. Bookkeeper. We're going to make bookkeeper / manager into Aquafunk, who's my expedition leader. And kiddo, you gotta fucking move, dude. This is about to become an office, and it's not yours. Do you need to light floors? Nope. Dwarves have dark vision. Oh, I did build doors. Cool. Let's get the rest of this smoothed. And then we're going to go make a tavern. Which is actually kind of deceiving because, like, the intro screen has an image with a dwarf holding a torch. You can make toys. Make toys and then make toy stockpiles. And then if you have a guild, put the toy stockpile in the guild. And then allow kids to go hang out in the guild. And then they'll go learn skills. Or maybe they're doing too much work and you could disable the chores, but I don't know where that menu is. Ah, this. So underneath labor, standing orders, chores, you can disable chores. So maybe you don't want them milking and feeding prisoners and cleaning and doing the lever operation. You could remove, like, say, refuse hauling and burial so they don't need to haul dead bodies if there's bodies everywhere. Any guide on that? Clothes are complicated. What clothes should you prioritize? Yes, all of it. Clothes is important. Socks and underwear and pants especially. We have some more dwarves arriving. Look at that. Some new arrivals. Got an armorer? A bone carver? You need your laptop to arrive? Where did it go? Did it go off to get some more milk and it hasn't come back yet? So clothing gets old, and dwarves get pissed that it gets old, and then it rots off their body and it scars them for life. And unlike other games like Dwarf Fortress, if something terrible happens to a dwarf, not only do they remember it, but they dwell on it, and it changes their personality and mood and permanently changes their desires for certain jobs and their willingness to work and things like that. So it basically, like, gives them a new trait, potentially, if their clothes rot off their body. I'm doing my best. I don't know how to say your name, but I'm doing my best to put out good guides. How to trap wild animals? Cage traps. You need a cage and then a mechanism to make cage traps. Do they automatically manage clothes? If new clothing appears, dwarves will go put new clothing on, but you need to be the person who makes the clothing. You need to maintain cloth, which can be made in various methods. I would recommend consulting the wiki for that. Then as for clothes, like, they will put clothing on if it's available, but you have to make it available. So you know how I was saying I was going to do a tavern? We're going to do our tavern now. This is going to be our tavern. This is going to be a nice big tavern. I like nice big taverns. Because small tavern is for small dwarf. And you know what? We're not small dwarf. We're big dwarf. Big dwarf need big tavern. Big business, big industry, big dwarf. That works. Nice little tavern. What do you think? Although I kind of fucked up the side. Dunk. What hours does Blind usually stream? Blind usually streams Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays from 9 a.m. Pacific until I get too tired to keep streaming. So usually about 12 to 14 hours. But because of this release, I'm going to be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, the normal schedule, which is just too fucking long. Probably a half day later in the day on Friday, because I think I'm going to be recording a podcast in the morning, depending on what time of day podcast ends up recording. And then Saturday, I'm going to start at 9 a.m., probably for around 7 hours. And then Sunday, I'm going to start at 9 a.m., probably for around 7 hours. And then Monday, I'll probably take off, but we'll see. If I feel like streaming, I'll stream. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday again. That's when Blind usually streams. Oh no, you crashed after it killed a Cyclops? Oh no! It was all a dream. It was a premonition for the future! You now know to prepare for the Cyclops invasion. Or something. You got a migrant wave in your second fort. Do you do a Krug smash? Wait, are you suggesting that you drown everybody and turn them all into zombies? I mean, world's your oyster, man. If you want to be the bad guy, be the bad guy. Wait, what about trees? Rackanork? Hello's Mr. Mac. How is yous? How's the lava trap? This is a new fort, so. Let's just say the other one got a little bit too fiddly. Yeah, my Discord voted to just make a new fort today, which is what we're doing. Also, looks like, I don't know how I missed this, but there's another community update for Dwarf Fort. We've got ourselves a mood. Where'd they run off to, though? Okay, so you claimed the... What shop is this? The Stoneworkers shop? Okay. The cheesemaker at the Stoneworkers shop. Particularly secretive. I'm assuming that means they have everything that they need. They've grabbed phalite. Hopefully you don't need anything else. How do you stop random dwarves taking picks? Press Y. Click miners. Only selected do this. Then only dwarves that you select in that screen will mine. Don't let them be miners. Exactly. I'm just glancing at the... Well, this is... So I'm just going to quickly read this off because I think this shit's interesting. What's next? Kit Fox is going to be streaming at 1 p.m. Eastern on Kit Fox's Twitch channel, so you should go follow Kit Fox. They prepared a FAQ button for extra info. Apparently, they've already updated regional pricing. Argentina, Turkey, and Russia have all gotten different prices. Fetch me a coffee? Cheers, dude. Let's see. I like this comment. If you find piratey ways to take advantage of this little gesture, then we will. We can't stop you, but shame on you. Also, they've done this resolution thing. That's what we're talking about with the top bar comment. Will there be Mac support sometime in 2023 for Macs and Linux native? Adventure mode quite soon for Classic. That's good. Arena is soonish and much further away. Yeah, okay. I'm just seeing if anything here is actually new. Also buy it on itch. We're investigating GeForce Now. Imagine. Zmalf, dude. Thanks for the raid. If you guys don't know, Zmalf made a bunch of old school tutorials back in the day. Good dude. Knows what he's doing. But hello, Raiders. How we all doing? No, there is no speed increase option in the game. Dwarf Fortress moves as fast as your frame rate. If you want the game to run faster, increase your frame rate cap. I've seen people turning down their frame rate cap, though. So, you know, just keep that in mind. So I have no interest in cloud gaming. I think it's redundant and stupid, at least in my instance and the way I play games. But I would be really curious to see how well that works. Can you make it run slower? Turn down your frame rate. Literally just like press escape, go here. I want to say it's under game? Where's frame rate? Population cap. Frames per second cap. So I like, by default, it goes to 100. Set that to 40. I mean, I would love to see Dwarf Fortress on Game Pass, personally, which would be hilarious. And in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways. Scrolling up, hold up. Yeah, things are good. I mean, yesterday was one of the craziest streams I've ever done. And today's not been shy either. Today's been wild. So setting the game to 165 FPS was a bad idea? If you're wondering why the dwarves are moving at the speed of sound, selling cut gems seems to be a good thing for first caravan. Cool. You played it on Steam Deck? Yeah, there's lots of reports that it runs great on Steam Deck, too. 1000 FPS challenge. You say that like it's a challenge, whereas one of the testers for this game, Putnam, she's stated multiple times that she plays the game at 1600 frames a second, unpauses and then immediately repauses and checks what happens, makes a bunch of changes, unpauses, repauses, etc. So, you know, just world's your oyster. I like the game running at a speed that I can watch it. So, Ficod, the cheesemaker, has created Ibmatablablausch, a phalite bracelet, and offers it to the terrible machine. Lovely. That's def one way to play it. I mean, if you want to play it like a book where shit just happens, then yeah. All right, let's take a look at this artifact. So it's worth 1,000. It's worth like nothing. This is a phalite bracelet. All Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rectangular phalite cabochons. Cool. Strider Weird Lord. Hello. That was a lot of words run together. Explodes. Wait, hold on a second. So are you like the alien thing that the guy is in Men in Black that's going because you exploded out of him? How do you make a meeting place become a temple? So I'm gonna literally do that in a second, but select your meeting place, click this button. In tavern, temple. I've got tutorials on all this shit on YouTube, but like in tavern, library, hospital, guild hall, temple, right there. It's all right there. Terrible Machine, that's the name of our group. You always gotta like prepare carefully, even if it's just to make a cool sounding group name. You got your first 12 hours in yesterday. Only 12? Man, you fucking casual, Pablo. Come on. Get to it. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, dude. What's the biggest fart? A terabyte? No, not even close. Yeah, 40,000 Twitch viewers right now. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, like, there's a lot of big streamers playing right now. The biggest fortress I've ever made, probably Long Death, ! Long Death. Although that's not the biggest population. I don't know, Stonewater was pretty fucking big. I've made a lot of... I've played this game for thousands of hours. I've forgotten half of the forts I've made, dude. Enjoy your lurks, Aqua. I'm doing all right, Fallen Kingdoms. President of Peru tried to abolish the Constitutional Court in Congress and then ended up being arrested himself, and after he was basically disowned by everyone in his government and the army. That sounds like a soap opera. It's like real life. We got people becoming a carpenter, stoneworker. We got the artifact done. Yep. The traders have left. We've run out of gems. Perfect. So now that I made a manager a little while ago and I'm completely distracted by a billion other things. So we are going to go up to here. We're going to go to work orders and we're going to add, because now that we can assign jobs en masse, we're going to go table, although rock table, and we're gonna say that's the wrong button. Any shops, but let's do 20, and let's also say rock throne. The indexing on the searching here has changed, and I have to rewire my brain on how I search for things. Okay, well, we only have one type of rock, but that's fine. I'll just assign it all to be phallic because I want them to be the same color. Let's also do stat rock stat. Let's just do 5 rock statues, and let's also do rock hatch. 1 more rock hatch cover. Can you make instruments? You have to make instruments piece by piece, and they need to be made out of the correct materials. So maybe it needs and because they're randomly generated, it can be anything. It could be like a metal body, cloth strings, ceramic plectrum, and all this stuff, and you need to make all the individual things correctly at the individual shops where they're made. It's a pain in the ass, but yes, you can do it. Maybe you're playing wrong, but like other strategy games, you can't find things to do after arranging food, drink, and all. How do you find all these wonderful stories and hundreds of hours of play? But you can't find things to do after arranging food and drink. Read. Read your dwarves' thoughts. Because, like, so Dwarf Fortress is this... I have a question. Have you watched Krug Smash? Flambag? Because I can easily use him as, like, an example. But, Dwarf Fortress is a story generator, but the game doesn't give you that. You have to reach out and get that. Does that make sense? So there will be walls of information and walls of story, but you're the one who has to find that. That's up to the player. The game doesn't give you the story. So it is kind of a combination of player bullshitting to fill in the gaps to make the story, and also staring at interesting events. Things like, you know, a dwarf getting sentenced to death because they tantrumed and beat the crap out of somebody, and then the king saying slaughter that or kill that person, or a dwarf being sentenced to life in prison for something similar to that, and they go insane while in prison, and then they starve to death because they went insane, and then that dwarf's ex-spouse then marries the king. Stuff like that has happened in my fortresses, but you have to pay attention to see it. And it's not something that I can just be like, this is where it is. You have to look for it. Boat Murdered is from 2007, and there are thousands of stories since then that are just as good, if not better. I mean, I can say that, but a lot of people who are in this channel right now are coming from my YouTube channel, so that's a little bit redundant, NetJam Jr. But yeah, you're not wrong. Like, good fodder for Buddhist ideas? What? So yeah, no, like basically, if you are playing Dwarf Fortress and you're going, where do I find this story? Read more descriptions. You know, it's like you're never... I mean, the one I always like to point people at is Krug Smash's Monster Killer. Just go look up Monster Killer. Krug Smash Monster Killer on YouTube. And this is a streamer and YouTuber openly promoting another streamer and YouTuber. Just, if you want to know what I mean by the kinds of stories you can get out of Dwarf Fortress, go watch that. 90% of it is him bullshitting the edges together. But it's so good. You really need to just, like, have some imagination and creativity. It's like, if you sit down with a group of friends to play D&D, right? Think about it this way. If you sit down with a group of 6 people and you're like, we're going to play D&D, guys. And then all you do is, there are 4 monsters. This is their stats. You have these. Move here. Bang. Okay. Roll dice. That's boring as shit. Right? Who the fuck wants to do that? So you bullshit in between. You come up with a story. That's what Dwarf Fortress is doing. That's what Dwarf Fortress is good at and what it's designed to do. But it does require some input on the player's side. Sorry if that's like way too like top level, but you know. Also, I'm looking at this map. I like this chunk right here. I think we're going to need to do something with this. You could spend hours reading even the wild animals. They're fascinating. Yeah, totally. And it's like based off of the game's world gen, right? Like looking at this, looking at the thoughts, looking at their memories. This dwarf remembers work, and this dwarf feels pleasure remembering having a intellectual conversation with a friend. And this is just going to grow and exaggerate. Yeah, also, if in regards to raid settings, go here. This is when raids are triggered. And you can just like straight up like stop this shit too. You can turn all of this off. Have the biggest or the hardest or the easiest fort that you want. Enjoy your game. Or as they say, enjoy your gaming. Nobody says that, but that's a reference to a thing that is referencing a thing that references a thing. I never really liked the Masterwork mod pack. It added a lot of crap to the game that just kind of felt like bloat to me, and I didn't really like the way the game that mod pack was designed to increase FPS. So I played Masterwork once for about 4 hours and then went back to vanilla. Like, just, and this is why I remember. It's like, forget everything you've played about. The only game that I really point at that's like, this is kind of a comparison to Dwarf Fortress is like Crusader Kings. Kind of, because it has similar memory systems. But even that, like, there really is nothing like Dwarf Fortress, and you need to play it as such. Who made Dwarf Fortress? Is it the same person who did this? So Dwarf Fortress has been worked on by 2 people since 2002. Zach and Tarn Adams. 2 brothers. 2 brothers. Tarn does all the programming. Zach does playtesting and writing. So if you're reading a word and you're going, what the fuck? Just yell at Zach, because it's his fault. But no, like they're lovely dudes, and I got beers with them at PAX West this past year. 2 people, 2 dudes. It was published by Kit Fox, who provided the paperwork and contractors to do the art and the music, and also the community management side of things. But the game itself is made by 2 people, which is Bay 12 Games. And they've been making games since they were wee lads in the 80s. Copying games off of magazines. This is the only, like, complete thing that they've ever made. Also, this is technically a sequel. The original game in the Slaves to Armok franchise was this. So Dwarf Fortress is like this nonsensical ASCII game that a lot of people don't understand that is now playable on Steam. But the original Dwarf Fortress, the game that came before it, is this. Slaves to Armok God of Blood. You see that URL up there? You have to type it in order to find the game. You can still download it. It's free. Just saying. How do you decide how you're going to lay out your fort? They have it laid out and it looks interesting. I lay things out in ways that look natural. I try and conform to the way the world generated the map, and it's interesting and fun for me. That's how I do it. Amphibian people are fighting with cave crocodiles. How's our little weird amphibian? Oh, it looks like one of them died. Well, they also killed a cave croc. Look at that. I love these evil-looking little bastards. They're just phenomenal. Is there a way to view depot access in the premium version? I don't think so. I don't think there's an overlay for it, but like the first several caravans, you don't need to worry because they don't bring wagons initially. Which is why I just have mine above ground. Which also I need to build another hatch there. I think not. Oh, right, because I really haven't unpaused in the last 10 minutes. They're great, aren't they? Yeah, they will breed. I mean, anything in this game can breed, theoretically. Assuming they're lustful. Even giants can breed. You have 3 types of bars and you're a metalworker, pick none of them? Oh, for an artifact? What? Or for something else? Ooh, that sucks. Also, they wanted tin, probably. Oh, that's unfortunate. So this is a brook. And brooks are very shallow, which you can walk through. It's like ankle deep. Rivers, you wouldn't be able to do this, like just building over it like this. And building over it won't block it. Because it's technically down here. It's technically a layer below. It's just completely full of gravel. Weird question. Can you build part of your fortress outside? Literally doing that right now. Yes, you can. Not a weird question. Dwarven castles can get pretty epic. But you'll see most players, and especially new players, just digging like on the base Z level. Advertising during a loading screen does work because it got you here. Wait, what? When was there what advertising during a loading screen? I'm confused. What do you mean? Unless you're referring to me talking in one of my YouTube videos, which that would make sense because I think I did that. I recorded those pretty late at night, the night before lunch, so. Sounds about right. Well, congratulations on falling for an ad. Got him. I'll be completely honest. Was that a frog? You got tree... Frog! 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 Look at that! That's a big frog. I mean, I realize they're supposed to be, like, in comparison to the size of a dwarf, but Jesus. But yeah, no, like, there's no limits to what you can build. Like... if you go to my YouTube channel and you scroll down and you go to Stonewater, just go look at the defensive system I had. I had a massive glass pyramid on the outside. It was more of a ziggurat with a flat top with a Steam logo on top of it with huge glass towers. That was all constructed above ground. Falling for an ad. Ha! I get to see my face. Why would you want to do that? Even I don't want to see my face, and I have to see it every day. I'm sorry. Why is there a goat up here? God damn it. I'm supposed to stay in the basement. So you've just been playing on your office in the 24-hour shifts. I'm glad to know that people can still get away with playing Dwarf Fortress at work without getting in trouble. That's actually been like what, because like the old school meme for Dwarf Fortress always was like, oh, because nobody can tell that it's a video game, you can just play it at work and nobody will notice. Grumbles about that goat. Cyrelac, enjoy your lurks. Hello. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, and that's the fun of it, right? Spider Weird Lord? Looks like the creek is freezing again. Fucking rocky wastelands, I'm telling you. What am I building? I'm building an outer wall for the top of my fort. Although I'm out of bricks, so I'm going to stop. I'm actually building a tavern underground, which is going to be this. So, now that this is all done, make this meeting area. This is going to be set as a tavern. I don't know if it's going to be public yet, but initially, it's not going to be, I don't think. This is going to be made into our tavern, and the dwarves will be allowed to go here and socialize. So instead of... So right here, you'll see that it says they all have no jobs. We want to give them a job. But you know what counts as a job in Dwarf Fortress? Hanging out and partying. So we need to give them a job of partying. Very important. Is that water on that Z level? No, so this is open space. But if I go down a little bit, there is water down here. This is water. There, that's water. All right, so we're going to add a new inn tavern to this zone. It's called the Belly of Whips. I don't know if I like that name. Where's the rename button? There it is. Belly of Whips. The Scarlet Boats. Let's go with the Scarlet. The Scarlet Ale. Bang Nang Mabdung. The Scarlet Ale. That's fine. We can adjust it later if it's got some open space. We're going to set it to citizens and long-term residents only. And we're going to erase a tiny little part. The open space. Where is it? There it is. I can't get there anyway, so it's not the biggest deal. But I think I went around it. That one. There it is. All right. Fixed. Excellent. Actually, there's just for sanity's sake. There we go. And then in here, we're going to set this whole thing to be smoothed. Also going to need to queue up booze pretty soon here. But you've been tracking it for the last several years. Why is it when you try to plant plump helmets, dwarves remove the crop immediately? I do not know. That's because they're supposed to go plant it, and then they grow, and then they harvest it, and they harvest them once per season. They can't get there right now. Like, there's no physical way for them to path to that. Yeah, what Impalification said. Also, hi, Impalification. Okay, so this one is all planted up. Let's get pigtails going. And then I'm just going to... Let's actually just check something. Listless Onion, good to see you. How are you? So we have a lot of beds. Yeah, we got plenty of beds. We're still making beds. We can stop making beds now. That's more than enough beds, guys. So now that we've got plenty of beds, let's just hold off on beds for a little bit. We need to make bedrooms, and we're probably still working on them tables. In fact, let's just... Workshops, stoneworker. I don't actually care how well organized these are right now in here. It'll get more organized as we go. Damian Foster, thanks for the Prime sub. Friends. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And the dwarfy emotes, of course. You know, like Crypt D is particularly popular these days. It's the face that you make when you realize that you left a hole in the wall and there's now a bunch of monsters walking in. Hey, King. King, are you going to play this version, or are you going to be one of those people who's just like, I like my ASCII? Do you need to flood the floor to make farm, or just a dirt area? So if you're farming in shallow dirt up at the surface, it's about 1/5 as effective as before. If you flood stone and farm on that, it's just as effective as it was before. And if you farm in the cavern layers, it's apparently slightly more effective than mudded dirt. So you could literally use any you want. You couldn't find cavern soil to farm out of? Dig deeper. Wait, really? Did you find a cavern with no soil? That's super rare. Apparently I have a bunch of mules and another goat, another cow. All right. Nice having all these lovely, 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 lovely pets. But you know what they are just as good as? When not alive, dinner. So we're going to slaughter that mule. We're going to keep that goat because it's a pet. We're going to slaughter you and you. And we're going to... I guess that's it. Yeah, that's everything. It's just like, have too many cats, make cat soup. Problem solved. All right, use closest material, keep building after placement. Put a line right there. And that's all my tables for right now. Furniture, chair, thunk, thunk, thunk. Thunka, 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 thunka. There we go. Once they're done smoothing all this, they will then go back in there and start making stuff faster. Slaughter the baby alpaca, you monster. I mean, it's either that or it starves to death because I guarantee you I don't have enough grazing space for all of them. So, I call it a mercy kill, but you know, you call it what it is if you want. Yes, I'm a monster. I'm doing my damnedest, Brain Fist. Trying. I'm practicing. It can be hard work sometimes answering the same question over and over and over and over again, but thank you. It means a lot. To the point where it's like, I have a tutorial about this. Just go watch the tutorial. Speaking of which, people are asking for a video on tombs. I guess I'm making a video on tombs. Tasty baby alpaca, the tender soft meat. Or did they lower the price in this game? Depending on where you live, yes, they did lower the price of the game. They put out a community post earlier today. And in that community post, the regions are as follows. And the price changes are as follows. Russia has been lowered. Turkey has been lowered. Argentina has been lowered. So if you are in any of those regions and your price went down, then yes. Your cast passed away on Sunday? I'm sorry, that sucks. Cloud Sync has been, you know, it's funny. That's a feature I will literally never use, but it's awesome that they added it. All right, so let's make a zone, another animal pasture over here for my fowl, my burbs. Although the goose will remain free to roam the entire fortress as it is not limited by the limitations of being livestock. Also, the goose is officially named, by the way. We can all rejoice. Who is 6 years old and is weak. She is named Kodal Fish Bridges. It makes me sad that their owner isn't in their relations. Doesn't have any thoughts, no memories. Well, that checks out. All hail the great Kodal, our goose. When working with exterior building, how do you keep track of what layer you're looking at? You get used to it. Like, legitimate, like, that's what it is. You just, like, I don't even think about it anymore. It's just something that you grow accustomed to with time. Corey, what up? No thoughts. Empty goose. Yes. I mean, their brain is like, what? Like, quarter of the size of a walnut? Like, they don't really have much going on up there. Hi, stupid. I'm blind. Is having a necromancer as chief medical dwarf a bad idea? No. So, necromancers are... There's something dead on the map. Necromancers are exactly the same as normal dwarves. They just have weird fucking hobbies and like to resurrect the dead. That's all it really is. What's the most complicated game you've played before Keep Up Was? Would you say? Because I say it's no more complicated than learning to play a complicated board game. You start playing and you read the manual. I mean, that's fun, Dopsim. Come on. So could, like, Jeff Bezos if he tried hard enough. So, yes. So there, some like high-level Dwarf Fortress bullshit for a second here. There are several different kinds of zombies. There are friendly zombies and there are hostile zombies. And then there are intelligent undead. Intelligent undead are more like liches, where they are dead, they are rotting, they are definitely undead zombies, but they maintain their sentience and can still do things of use. I mean, there was a picture that popped up on the subreddit a couple of years ago, Joe True, that I really enjoyed, just because it's a small child and she's sitting there and she's playing on a little netbook without a numpad, by the way, on the keyboard only version of the game from a couple of years ago. And the title just read, "To all of you complaining about being unable to..." I wish that there was a different icon for slaughtered dwarves or slaughtered things instead of killing things. And it literally just said, to all of you who complain about being unable to play Dwarf Fortress, my 11-year-old just finished her first fort, or just finished setting up her first tavern or something. And it's like just this tiny little kid just like doing that. I got a video on burrows on my YouTube channel. It's one of the most recent uploads from this morning. Yes, absolutely. So they're kind of more like mindless drones when it comes to zombies, but yes, they can absolutely integrate into society. Just checking something. You have no migrants, but you have tons of humans coming in to want to be entertainers. Welcome to Dwarf Fort. Just a quick heyo. Heyo, Rolf. What up, dude? Just trying to get caught up on some chat stuff. Yeah, no, intelligent are undead because they have no strict needs. They don't need food or anything. You know that the default job profiles, is there a way to set specific labors that they cover? If you make a custom detail, for instance, you can see the specific labors. So I was complaining to one of the testers about this yesterday. I really wish that the generic profiles stated what labors they covered. But like and after stream, I was talking to them about it, and they're like, yeah, no, that's a genuine usability issue, so that might get worked on or changed. Oh, it's so good. The new soundtrack is phenomenal. Like, I honestly, King, to all of like the old heads who've played this game for forever who aren't gonna play this version, like, they get a new soundtrack, which is phenomenal. So everybody wins, I guess. You bought it and you watched the first hour of my Let's Play. We'll go from there more than likely. Best of luck, dude. Can you have other races in your fort? Yes. Can you start as other races? No, because they're not completed as playable yet. Although long-term goal for the game is to have humans, goblins, and elves all playable as well as dwarves. The problem is they're not mechanically complete, so it's kind of a bad idea right now. Like, you could just, like, go change your raws and play as, like, kobolds if you wanted, but they also can't dig or make food, so... Have I fiddled with Cogmind or NetHack? I have like 40 hours in Cogmind, and I haven't ever streamed NetHack, and haven't played NetHack in like a decade, but yes, I've played NetHack. I've put a lot more time to like Jupiter, Hell, and Caves of Cud, though. Fucking love Caves of Cud. Phenomenal game. So let's build that one of those statues that we made. God, the music's so good. It's that drum. Well, we'll be streaming Caves of Cud once that next update is out proper. Actually, although at this point I might just be waiting until 1.0 because I know that they're getting real close. Another Eternal Wishlist game for you to jump on one day? Well, it's phenomenal. I'm not good enough to beat it on like the normal roguelike mode, but I can get like halfway through it on the normal, like, you fucking die a lot mode. Goose wants a drink, don't you? I mean, it doesn't need... It's not thirsty or anything. Dwarf's bringing statue over. I mean, I've never described Dwarf Fortress as a hard game. It gets that reputation, but I think that that's wrong. it's an obtuse game. It's now a significantly less obtuse game, but it's an obtuse game. It's not a hard game. There's nothing really about Dwarf Fortress that's hard. It's just a matter of understanding the mechanics. Phalite statue of a dwarf. This is a phalite statue of a dwarf. The item is the image of a dwarf in phalite by Servesh. Well, thank you, Servesh, for the glorious image of a dwarf. Why the new fort? Because chat told me to make a new fort on Discord. The other one was kind of, like, falling apart anyway. On map gen? The entire civilizations? So there are different ages in Dwarf Fortress, and there's like a whole page on the wiki for this. Theoretically, you could generate an Age of Death world, which would just be like everything in the map is dead. But that's pretty rare. It's pretty rare. So it's easier for stuff to go wrong? Sure. But like I mean it's a knowledge game more than anything. Like if I didn't build these walls, we might be having a much harder time right now, just as an example. All right, so I'm trying to think, what should we do next? We've got a dormitory set up, we got 20 dwarves, early winter, tavern's ready. Let's do bedrooms. I'm thinking we do bedrooms 2 layers up. Do them up here in this area. Speaking of holes, got a hole in our wall. If there was a flying critter, it could fly right into the fort. Can I talk about what makes DF so vast and replayable? You never played it, and looking at it, you have around 500 hours in RimWorld and love it? It's world generation. There's really nothing else to say. It's just its world generation. That's what makes Dwarf Fortress so vast and replayable, is its world generation. Because instead of generating a map, it generates you a world. So this is our world, right? We're going to center on our fort. So currently we are this tiny little yellow square in the middle of the screen, right, where my mouse is. Every single one of these tiles. Okay, so first off, this world is about the size of New Zealand, right? To walk across it. Every single one of these little squares is its own fortress with its own set of people in it, with its own set of histories, its own set of dances, gods, religions, cultures, weapons, items, artifacts, everything, right? It's every single one of these little squares is its own thing with its own goals and outcomes. And in Dwarf Fortress, you're poking that system. Because think of it kind of like, imagine you're playing Civilization, but you get to play the city on one tile while Civilization's happening around you, and everything is growing and changing and evolving and invading people and taking over shit, and you're just one tiny little cog in that simulation. And then when you're done with your fortress because it gets overrun by whatever, or because you got bored and abandoned it, or retired it, you can then go into Legends mode and read every single story about every single character. There was somebody actually in the Steam reviews who said, I immediately downloaded mods for this, and they installed the Pokemon mod, and then spent 4 hours reading about some legendary Pokemon in the world. So what makes it so big and replayable? That. And also, right now, the Steam version, so the premium version, which is version 5, doesn't have the third mode. The third mode is Adventure mode, which lets you control a character or a party of characters. So think about it this way. Yes, you can start a new fortress in the new world. When there's also Adventure mode, I can make a fort here, and I can make a fort here, right? And I can make them as part of different factions. I could invade my old fort from my new fort. And then Adventure mode, when Adventure mode's in, I could then become an elven adventurer from this fort, from this elven retreat over here, sneak up to my new fort up here, which would be at war with me because I'd be part of the other faction, steal something from that fort, bring it to this fort, and then start a new fort over here and steal it back from that fort with a squad. That's why Dwarf Fortress is cool, is because people say, oh, it's like RimWorld but with Z levels. No. It's a real-time simulation that is simulating its own bigger 4X game that you are playing a part of. And no, that's not true, Dopsim. And you can take part in it if you wish. What is that, missing citizens? Oh, that's if, so it's currently red because there's nothing I can do with that. That's if I attack somebody or somebody attacks me. So thieves can show up and kidnap your children, or I can go out and attack people. And if we lose, there's a chance my dudes get captured, and then I have to go find them and get them back. That's what missing citizens is. Yeah, I've got like 100 hours in Songs of Six, and there's a hour-long interview with me in the dev on my YouTube channel if you want to go watch that. It's called a developer suffering from hubris trying to make a game, which is his own quote. He said that about himself. So, yeah, no, that's what's cool about Dwarf Fortress. It's a very, like, I would say it's a very mellow game. Even in the hardest biomes on the hardest settings, it's still a very mellow game. It's a game about playing slowly and just kind of witnessing what's happening around you. And I guarantee you the vast majority of people that are diving into this game right now and streaming in this directory that are playing it like RimWorld, which is totally fine. But if you just play it like a strategy game and you miss out on that whole upper layer, like a lot of people in the Dwarf Fortress community were just laughing fucking hysterically when Warner Brothers was like, hey, we are going to copyright the Nemesis system for the Shadow of Mordor and the Shadow of War games. But you know what's hilarious? Dwarf Fortress has had better versions of that system for about 10 years before that game came out. Before they went to go copyright that system. So, just realize that that's what Dwarf Fortress is. It's the metagame on top of the, like, that's where the storytelling comes in. It's the metagame layer on top of the lower layer that makes the game cool. Yeah, and the reason they're able to come out of it is because there is that book mode where you can just, like, pause your game and go read about it. All right, so I need to make a farming workshop because I keep forgetting to do that. Farmer, which I was going to put right there. The Nemesis system. The Nemesis system was a thing where if you lost a fight to an orc, the orc would get a name, and then you could go and fight them again, and they would get buffed and stronger over time, which literally is just like a feature of adventure mode. How does tree farming work? You don't. Trees just grow. We're dwarves, not elves. Sheesh. It wouldn't surprise me if F12 doesn't take a screenshot. Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me at all because, like, I don't actually think the Steam overlay works, which makes sense to me. So we are going to process plants, which is going to take all of our pigtails and make them into thread, but also give us access to pigtail seeds again. And the other thing that I'm going to do is we need a still. I'm trying to, like, make this fort in a way that isn't confusing for you guys, but I'm really, really, really considering just putting my kitchen beneath. Actually, fuck it. Let's just put the kitchens over here. Kitchens! I was going to do bedrooms over here, but I'm going to do kitchens over here, I think. Also, this game used to be keyboard only, but I've been playing this game with the mouse for years. Still on my keyboard, in fact. Did I set up custom keybinds? No, I'm keeping them default, at least for now. I might set up custom keybinds later. I'm keeping them default for now because people keep asking me what keybinds for things are. And it's just, it makes my life easier if I don't have to be like, fuck, what's the default one? I spent $20 on that visual gag, and god damn it, I'm going to keep milking it. Still on the fence about getting this game? Well, that's up to you, man. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is not a game for everybody. But if it's a game for you, you already know. I'm not here to sell you video games. I'm just here to play cool video games. If I was here to sell you video games, I'd be playing games that, like, had affiliate links and shit. What resolution do I play on? 1600 by 900 in a window. So don't trust me. I'm getting 0 input latency. Is mouse merch available? No. My artist was asking me about merch earlier, though. He's like, you have big audience now. Do you want new merch? And I was like, I don't like doing merch. It's true, I don't like doing merch. What's today's record? We listened to Tokyo 2 at the start of the stream by Too Mellow, which I'm going to be going on lunch break in about 30 minutes, probs. Maybe a little shorter than that. And then you guys will get to hear side one of that again. It's a fucking banger, though. You've played a lot of old DF and you bought the Steam version. We'll get caught up on that in a second, Sniper. And you've read this in the Steam version, and you just find the interface too alien to you, even though they show the same info. You will start the game from scratch with the menus. Here's the thing: the old menus were way harder. So if you're big brain enough to learn the old menus, then you're fine. Like, to quote Tekkit from yesterday, you already did. So just give me a second. So to give you an idea, no, you can't revert it. It's fine. I mean, I could revert it for you if you want. But to give you an idea, Tekkit said learning current Dwarf Fortress, if you've played old Dwarf Fortress, is a combination of I am extremely angry at everything that's slightly different, and also, actually, this is way more convenient, and I feel the same. Anyway, there's a room on my Discord called Add a Word Stories, where you can add words, one word at a time, and then make me read them. And chat just made me read them, so I'm going to go through and read this now. I just unleashed my dog to wake the dwarves with booze drink deep into dwarfdom obfuscation period comrades. Vomit plagues will arise when cave critters crawl, and sorrow reaps fear. Stop burning, no, burninate marmite goblin mayor deep cavern songs bring magma medicine for maximum security deposit. Macroscopic water bears hunt berries in hell. All caught up. Finding dead dwarves and animals with rattlesnake poison in them. Oh, they got bit by a rattlesnake. Not sure what, though. You're discovering fun. Things are going to die. And you're going to be like, what killed them? And that is up to you to figure out. Actually, are rattlesnake vermin? That's a genuine question, because I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to need to put roofs on this. Jome, thanks for the prime sub. That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank chat, though. They're the one who wrote it. And if you join the Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room, you too can add words to it. Yeah, are you playing on Linux? That's the only instance of input lag that I've heard. I do not have any issues with my version, and I was playing in full screen initially when I first installed too. How many records do I own? Like 60 game soundtracks, but like I have like another 250-ish that I'm not allowed to play on stream because Universal Music Group is a bunch of dicks. I also need to get rock blocks going. Work orders. Let's say 200. I want to discover more story through Dwarves' memories and such, but where can you find even more lore stories to get into? I mean, honestly, like chat said, I would recommend starting with Legends mode. Unless you're kind of an expert at the game, start with Legends mode. Like, when you start a new fort, jump into Legends. Read about your world a little bit. Where the heck do you assign the F hotkeys for cameras? Recenter hotkey locations. That was a guess, by the way. I hadn't actually thought about it because I never use, like, hotkeys. There you go. Literally, H. I never use it. The way I get around is I hit U and I select the dwarf that I want to jump to. So that was a guess. An educated guess, but still just a guess. No dwarves have come to your fortress in years. Do you restart? You can. I mean, you could retire and then start a new fortress close by, and most of your dwarves will show up. Or abandon, assuming you play as part of the same faction. So as long as you're playing as part of the same faction and you start close by, most of your dwarves will show up. What's your take on DFDFD database lost? It sucks. That's it. It sucks. It was a backup issue. There's really nothing else to say on that. What do I love about Dwarf Fortress? It's fun, and I like it. I don't know. What do you love about Dwarf Fortress? I mean, it's possible that the civilization fell. It's possible that you pissed off your home civ somehow. But like, there's enough new mechanics in the game now that I don't really know what could cause things to fall over like that. Like, genuinely, like it's there's enough new mechanics that it's like, well, I mean, it could be any number of things. This is where our still and our kitchen are gonna go. Sup, Dark Flame? How's DF going? Pretty good, I think. Yeah, I call it Dwarf Fortress Database, but yeah, it's Dwarf Fortress File Depot. My brain goes to database when I think about that sort of thing. What do you mean alerts or no? Oh, you mean like burrows? Yeah. So there's a video on my YouTube channel. I fiddled with it a bunch last night after stream and managed to make them work. Basically, like, you add all the dwarves to the burrow in advance and then pause and unpause. That's basically what you do if you want to use it as an alert. And make sure that you set it so that they can't gather items from outside of the burrow. And then it works the way they used to. No, so nothing was actually lost in the data loss, Boom Boom Shrimp, but all of the names of files were lost. So they're all still there. They're just, as far as I know, they're all still there anyway. They just don't have any names anymore, which it makes searching for them like nigh on impossible, which means a lot of old mods are lost now. Well, not lost, but like unable to be searched for. It was just a lack of backup problem and server failure. Which it sucks. I mean, that's just the reality of it. There's really nothing else to say there. We're going to build 2 of those. We already have those 2, Butcher Shop and Tanner Shop. I mean, like, even I haven't gone back and renamed all my files yet, and I've got a bunch of save files up there. I don't think that there's like some weird conspiracy there though. Like it's literally just like one person is maintaining it, not being paid to maintain it, and like when that happens, people don't pay 100% attention to things, and it just is what it is. It sucks. It's so nice that K is kitchen now though. Much better hotkey. Backups cost money? Yep. Which is why I'm really happy that KitFox is sponsoring the wiki now. It's like more devs should do. All right, we're getting close to the end of the first year. Items and trading in the depot now? Yeah, you can. Wait, you mean like quality level? What do you mean by inspect? You mean like read the description? Because you can do that from the depot itself. You have to click on the depot and you can just scroll down the thing. About soil quality? I don't know. I wonder if TechId's updates to the wiki have gone out yet. If you're talking about like farming in different layers, I don't know if TechId's wiki update has gone out yet. It might be. The wiki. The answer is almost always the wiki. When it comes to like anything like that. It's like it's the wiki. Go look at the wiki. I'm going to stick 2 craft store shops up here. And we are going to work orders. Rock mug. And we're going to work orders. Coffer. 10 coffers, 10 rock mugs. Let's go. Although it's going to make, I think, 2, 3, 4 mugs? Is it 4 mugs per? I think it's 4. How do you prevent your miners from doing other labors? Wait, minors as in children or minors as in minors? So if you go under standing orders, you can disable chores on children if you want. But just remove your minors from the other labors. So I haven't messed around with military stuff enough in this version, so no, I can't actually gamble for it. I'm an expert at this game to a degree, and there's certain parts of the UI that I haven't relearned yet. I could tell you like in a couple seconds in the old version, like that old nonsensical UI. Yeah, it's like 10 seconds. I can tell you how to do it. In this version, I'm still working on it. When's minecart tutorial coming? When I record it. I know how minecarts work. Minecarts are easy. They were just clunky before. But when I find metal in this fort, one of my plans for this fort is actually figuring out how to make the military UI work properly. Yes, but with the new UI, Mina. I mean, they're working on it. It's just not done yet. If you follow their or Mena, if you follow their blog posts, they've talked about how they're working on it. It's just not done yet. Can you get a minecart tutorial now to get them to use minecarts? Believe it or not, old minecart mechanics are still functional. Just go watch an old tutorial and they still work. But I don't need minecarts right now, so I really don't want to do minecarts unless I need to. Oh, I see. I'm setting stairs. Duh. But, I mean, I could set up a push minecart track, I suppose. Can't get temples to work? Did you assign them as temples? I didn't send you anything. Why are you telling me to calm down, Clino? Or are you just like, I need to get paid for this or get a nap? Have you slept, Clino? You better have slept since release. I swear to God, man. For those of you who don't know, Clino is a Discord mod for Kit Fox, Reddit mod for Dwarf Fortress subreddit, and is probably very sleep deprived right now. These are going to be bedrooms, by the way. What is sleep? I got 7 hours last night. I know all about it. It's great. Let's go down 2 levels to there. And then over there. Sweet. Let's go right there. Right there. Temple says no worshippers? Then you don't have any worshippers for that particular religion. So set it as just like a generic temple. You napped and then you worked with your phone off? That's good. I woke up with like 700 notifications on Twitter this morning, so apparently I had a tweet that kind of went viral by my standards. It's got like, actually I could go look, but last time I looked it had like 2,000 likes and like 800 retweets or something, which is literally just a tweet that says Dwarf Fortress is outselling COD, because it is. My go-to trade item, cut gems are pretty great. Probably mine at this point. Hi, stupid, I'm blind. Strategy Informer, thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back, man. As well as, Koklomerzota. Cheers. I'm just imagining Clino like on a Zoom call at work, and the people he works for is like, "What's with the bags under your eyes?" And he goes, "It's nothing. It's just a hobby." Seriously though, I hope you get some sleep. No space there. Unfortunate. I have to move this over. What am I doing? I'm making bedrooms. Is what I'm doing. You can stop anytime? Yeah, of course you can. You could totally just stop being a mod, a volunteer mod for this community that you love, and it would definitely, like, you know, fall into ruin. Overnight, even. Let's just let them dig this out. Cisterns are a pain. Put water in hole. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. You're watching a couple of non-DF streamers playing DF, and everyone is making worthless shell crafts. Oh, it's probably, yeah, it's probably because they, or I would say it's probably because they watched the Kit Fox stream. Huh. That's funny. How do you designate a chair in a bedroom to do your nobles? Press Z, go to office, make the office zone, and then in the office zone, I'll show you on my office zone so I don't make a second office. You click on this button, plus, and then dwarf head, and then you click on the dwarf that you want to be your noble. You like making shell crafts? Then make your shell crafts, but don't cry when they're worth nothing. Well, that's because other streamers haven't played Dwarf Fortress for the last 10 years. You're guilty of this because the tutorial starts you with a fisherman who produces a ton of turtles. I mean, see, here's the thing. Shellcrafts are a perfectly legitimate trading item. Do you want a good trading item, though? Don't fucking sell shells. The hell's wrong with you? You know, it's like, are they illegitimate? Is it a bad thing to trade? No. No. Absolutely not. But, like, many people have never played Dwarf Fortress and have played thousands of hours of RimWorld and will give you really weird instructions. Schleggings. Schleggings is pretty meme-tastic, though. Schleggings is something that I am quite fond of. Sign there are roosters and hens, but it tells you wrong. You try to make a pit there, roosters and hens, and it tells you wrong room. I'm not sure what you mean. How do you get rid of shells? Stop fishing. Like, so fishing is like a kind of a meme in Dwarf Fortress. You can feed your entire fortress with nothing but fishing, right? It is one of the most overpowered food sources in the game, but it's also like one of the most dangerous careers a dwarf can have because you're the most likely to be the first dwarf to randomly get smacked to death by some strange, weird critter that is evil. Speaking of, I should probably chain a chicken on the surface so that if an evil creature shows up, we see it. Anyway, they're kind of a meme. Can you fish in caves? You can fish anywhere there's water, even your own well. I'm not knocking fishing, but I am just reminding people that it's kind of a meme because the only thing it really does is it produces a fuckload of shells. Never stop fishing? Sure. One of my favorite moments ever in Dwarf Fortress with a fisherman was I was playing in an Untamed Wilds biome, and there's a dwarf outside fishing, and it was this named dwarf because somebody asked to be a fisherman in chat, and I was like, yeah, you can be a fisherman, so name them the fisherman, and we're watching this dwarf fish, and I'm like, you know, this is probably gonna be the first dwarf to die in the fort. And the person in chat was like, yeah, I know. And then a giant tick de-stealthed from the tree, dropped down, insta-gibbed the dwarf, picked it back up, and left it in the tree. That's why fishing's dangerous. Thanks for the gift sub, Gate Nerd, and Sedelawek as well. Cheers. Thanks, guys. That's why fishing is dangerous. Dwarves don't make friends fish. But, I mean, it's also a very efficient way of getting a lot of food really quickly. Giant Tick has no chill. Giant Tick don't give no shits whatsoever. I feel like I'm just kind of ignoring all of these. Like, I used to just, like, pause and, like, do a whole fucking thing for subs, and I feel like I'm just ignoring them all. But honestly, like, there's so many right now, I can't keep up with them. So thank you so fucking much for the hype train, guys. That's why DF is worth playing. It's because I will never forget that moment. And there was some hysterical laughter. Also, those amphibian... Oh, by the way, Clino, we found amphibian men. And they... where are they? Where'd my amphibian boys go? I swear to God if they left. We have these evil amphibian men. And they look like psychedelic crazy frog, and I love them. Like, look at these fuckers! They're hilarious looking. I think this is my favorite sprite in the game. Like, look at them! First-time viewer also thinking about purchasing the game. How does it compare to RimWorld? It doesn't. RimWorld is a completely different thing. Like, this is Dwarf Fortress, in the shortest possible description, is a world simulator that is simulating a 4X game that you are playing one tile of. That is persistent from fortress to fortress to fortress. Is this a regular creature that's procedurally generated? So there are various different animal creatures, and this is one of the intelligent animal creatures. You know, I did that big old speech earlier where I was talking about the world map. Maybe I'll just highlight it and put it up on YouTube tomorrow as like a clip. Maybe I'll just do that. But like the short version really is they're very different games. The only real similarity between RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress is that you can build a base in both games and your characters have personalities. And that's where the like beginning and end ends. Tame them, my warriors? No, they're hostile. They are an intelligent species that is against me, and I'm invading their homeland, and they're very angry at me. And they will try and kill me eventually. They won't be successful, but they will try. Peak, thanks for checking out another gift sub. Cheers, dude. Both games have cats. This is actually that's gonna be my comparison now. Is both games have cats, and I think they hurt your frame rate in both games. Although I will say the AI in Dwarf Fortress for cats is more intelligent than the AI for cats in Rim. And cats in Dwarf Fortress are all legendary climbers by default. I don't think they can climb in Rim. You have your first artifact? Hell yeah. What are you doing there, Dwarf? Sleeping? Oh, right, yeah. Well, we're working on bedrooms, so soon. Beb. Beep, boop, bop, beep, bop, boop. Door. Doop, deep, tap, deep, deep. Oh, out of doors. How many doors did I queue up? I queued up a bunch. DF cats, my favorite part about Dwarf Fortress cats is they're the only like tameable animal in the game that you can't assign as a pet. They decide who their owner is, and they reveal their true name when they are assigned to their owner, which is when they claim their owner, rather. And you can like see them doing that in real time. They'll like follow dwarves around, and dwarves that like cats, the cats prioritize, and they will like literally. So I had this one cat named Domas in one of my forts a while ago, and Domas's owner had two pet cats, and who had claimed him. And this owner was in the military and would leave every so often to go be in the military, to like go off to go siege things. And this cat would follow its owner to the edge of the map every time, and then would walk back in and hang out in the tavern. And then when its owner would come back, it would immediately catch a rat or like a hamster or something from my food stockpile and bring it to the owner's bedroom when the owner came back while the owner was sleeping in the bedroom. Like shit like that. Like that's why Dwarf Fortress is cool. But you have to pay very close attention to get that much out of it. That's cute as hell. Well, you can tell that the guy that did all the programming for this game is a cat person. Rest in peace, Scamps. It's a damn shame that Scamps didn't get to see the glory that is Premium Dwarf Fort. And chat, thank you very much for the 6 subs. Yeah, little hype train. We're almost at 950 subs. We're at 947, which is crazy. And to think 2 years ago we struggled to hold above 200. It's a weird world, hey? He got to see Dwarf Fortress Premium being made. Yeah, he got to have his own laptop too. Because he refused to not sit on Tarn's keyboard, so they gave him an old computer and he just sat on the laptop. Thanks, Phyllis, for the Prime sub. Cheers. All right, let's just get all these smoothed. We're going to need a lot of doors to actually get these done in a reasonable fashion, but... since we have some beds up there, let's do bedroom, multi, bonk, done. It's never going to get old. The bigger and nicer and the fancier and the more furniture they have in their bedrooms, the happier the dwarf is about their bedroom. Even with free-to-play turned on? Well, I mean, the free version currently isn't updated to... Oh, wait, even with free-to-play turned on? Oh, I thought you were talking about Free Dwarf Fortress. I was going to say that's not been updated yet. But wow, that's bananas. You know, so there was some murmurings in the Dwarf Fortress community like a week ago, earlier this week, because there was an analyst who wants to get into the games industry who I won't name, who was basically did a big write-up based on previous statistics and like the Dwarf Fortress, claiming that Dwarf Fortress, if it's lucky, would sell maybe 160,000 copies in the first, what was it, 4 months, I think? Basically saying like, hey, like, you know, temper your expectations. I read that and was immediately like, yeah, that's wrong. that is wrong. 2 months, day and a half. If that, hold this, boom. Anyway, so it's just nice that I'm right and Mr. Analyst person who knows maths is wrong. First 2 months? Okay, first 2 months. Still. I think we'll be at this rate, 1.5 million. If I were to guess, over 200,000 at this point, but they said that they beat that amount in a day. So they've sold over 160,000 copies. Time is compressed for sales. True, we actually just fell into a time sales black hole. Time is compressing. Let's just place more beds. Boop, 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 boop. And the reason I build my bedrooms like this is I don't like having super uniform, everything the same bedrooms. That's just boring to me. Sales are relative. That is not true. But, well, actually, I guess relative to the localization, I suppose. As it should be, Hyperlooper. You know, I'm of the opinion that Dwarf Fortress is a game that's had like 5,000 concurrent players for years. Like just at all times. Like I've said that before and people look at me like I'm insane. But like, I'm pretty sure it's been up there for at least around update cycles for a very long time. It's just now publicly displayed. Yeah, they adjusted the price cost in certain regions already. I wonder if they'll adjust that one because like that's quite a bit of money. I've seen that from a few people. Hey, Oliza, what's up? But I don't know. I mean, I can complain at Kit Fox. 160K copies in 24 hours, yeah. Which means they're probably over 200,000 now. Probably more. I mean, if they did 160,000 copies in the first day being at the top seller of Steam, then that's like a pretty safe estimate per day until it starts to fall down. How do you bury someone in it? It's a zone. So you can, if it doesn't have a door to the tomb, you can just make it into a single tomb. If it does have a door, then you can multi-tomb it the way I just assigned these bedrooms. Also, if anybody's wondering, we are playing in an easier biome, so I can explain shit. That's one of the reasons I settled in an easier location this time instead of what I did yesterday. Just so that I can explain shit to people. Let's make more bedrooms. No, not dormitory. Bedroom. Multi. Yep. Look at that. Oh, I love it. It already runs just fine in Proton, and I've heard reports of people playing it on Mac. But soon, when they get them done, they're in the works. Mostly, yeah. I retired it. Thailand. I mean, you still can. It just requires a lot more clicks to do coffins like before. What makes a biome harder or easier? If it's untamed wilds, giant chinchillas will rip your face off, or giant whatever the fucks. That particular biome, I settled really, like, it wasn't a hard biome by itself, but we settled too close to a tower, which I didn't realize because the UI is all new. Not quite kill on sight, but close to kill on sight in regards to untamed wilds and savage biomes. Bat. Thanks for $10.
I just want to say thank you. I was in a negative way with myself last few days. Work it, but I hope you don't take this the wrong way. You inspire me to be a better person, just
Aw.
from your positive attitude and perspective.
Me?
Love
Positive?
your content.
Well, I'm sorry you got the completely wrong, like, impression of me. I'm like the most negative Nancy on planet Earth, but thank you. And no, don't take it the wrong way. Thanks for $10. Is that a Finnish accent? Yeah, it's a long story. So a friend of mine, Bellinaire, is from Finland, and he uses the Finnish text-to-speech, and it's very funny, and I also find it very funny, so I turned it on ages ago because it's funny to me. I mean, as they should. Fungal. Or frugal, rather. Well, I'm from Canada. We're like slightly less north, but not actually that much further north than most of Finland for me, though. All right, so that particular streamer, by the way, if anybody's curious, is that guy. He's also been streaming some Dwarf Fort, but he's much more of a variety person than me. That's a strange bedroom layout? You're a strange bedroom layout. Alcohol's way cheaper here, though. We have less taxes on alcohol. Also, weed's legal. We have other problems. As somebody who takes advantage of that, though, I don't mind. Let's do that. That. I meant more like temperature-wise. I might have to slow down chat again. I'm like trying to keep up. Okay. Prices are going up. I did this summer. I successfully grew 2 plants this past summer behind a hedge in an area that I'm not supposed to grow it in my building, but you know, it's besides the point. I have 1 wrong door, 3rd, 4th from the top. Yeah, I know. It's because I cut out too far on that side, but it's fine. That's gonna get replaced. Fuck the man, grow stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people that have never met me before in this chat right now, and let's just say I grow a lot of stuff. A lot of people in this chat right now that have never met me before. Teach you how to cistern? Dig hole, pour water in. I recommend floodgates. Yeah, I don't really have enough light to grow here, though. But why did it move? What? Oh, I see. Okay, I already played. Okay, never mind. That's just a weird, like, sense issue. I got it now. Did I get everything assigned? Okay, I just need these doors down here. Should be enough beds for everybody, I think. At least for right now. Cool. I saw that artifact go off, but I didn't look at who was making it. Dumat, the bone carver, has created Katten Eibruck, a donkey bone pick, and offers it to the terrible machine. How kind of you. And Salbath with the prime. Cheers. It's worth 2,300. Katten Eibruck. This is a donkey bone pick. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of donkey bone and phalite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of phalite. This streamer is adorned with starvation. I'm going to, I think, go on lunch break. So I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. It's 2:30 p.m. An ad break's about to start. I think I'm going to save and return to the title menu. But the stream's not over. We're not even halfway done with the stream. I've got like 7 hours left at least, probably.